Nice.
Welcome everybody to Deadlight, a Call of Cthulhu 7th edition scenario starring Luke as Warren Weast and Tiffany as Lexi Cassin and Chris as Dr. Jullian Von Beast. I am, of course, Kevin Zepic, your Keeper of Arcane Lore. So let's get right on into it. Why don't we?
Right into it with some Friday night cosmic horror.
What could possibly go wrong?
That's what the world needs more of in December.
Cosmic horrors?
Whatever works.
The storm raged like a fury unbound, pounded the roof of the Packard with relentless sheets of rain. Dr. Jullian Von Beast hunched over the wheel, his eyes fixed on the serpentine road ahead. The windshield wipers worked furiously, but the downpour overwhelmed them, leaving the glass streaked and smeared to blur in the trees that loomed like shadowy sentinels on either side of the road. The letter lay folded on the dashboard, its message stark in its simplicity. It's real. Ipswitch holds the key. Hurry before it's too late. Julian's jaw tightened as the words echoed in his mind. He'd known Alan Hargrove for years, an impeccable mind, a man who didn't spook easily. He had sent that note. It meant something was truly wrong. In the passenger seat, Lexi Cassin sat rigid, her arms crossed tightly. The dull glow of the dashboard lights highlighted her furrowed brow and the tension in her jaw. She watched the road, her eyes flicking to the blackened windows, or the blackened woods beyond the windows. A lab technician by trade, Lexi was used to clean environments, to problems that could be solved with steady hands and careful observation. Out here, the storm was chaos, and she hated it. Warren Weast slouched in the back seat, his lanky frame stretched awkwardly, a leather journal open in his lap. He traced faded symbols with his calloused fingers, his eyes darting between the page and the dark shapes of the trees outside. Scruffy and gaunt, Warren looked as though he hadn't slept in days, a man accustomed to chasing things others were too afraid to name. The name Ipswitch scratched at the edges of his memory, and it unsettled him in ways he couldn't quite articulate. The road narrowed as the woods pressed in tighter, the trees crowding like specters to a grim performance. The storm wasn't letting up. If anything, it was growing worse. It swallowed sound, leaving only the thrum of the engine, the slap of the wipers, and the distant crack of a fallen branch. The woods were alive with motion, but it was a motion that didn't feel natural. Shadows moved where there was no light. Shapes emerged and disappeared at the edges of sight. Packard's engine groaned as it climbed a steep incline, the headlights momentarily catching a break in the trees. Beyond the forest, the horizon was a jagged silhouette, dark and foreboding. Whatever awaited them in Ipswich wasn't just real. It was coming, whether they were ready or not, and the storm showed no signs of mercy.
Really coming down out there. You see the
I
road
really like
okay, Julian?
There's the road. It's raining. It's dark. I don't like it.
It's very wet, too. Some
Yeah,
would
it's
call
raining.
it
I said that.
moist.
So, you
Forgive me.
guys are a couple of hours out of Arkham. You've been kind of hitting the road, trying to get ahead of this storm, but this storm's been just driving at your backs, like getting worse and worse. The good doctor here's he's had to slow down considerably because it's pretty tough to see anything past the headlights, really. And the roads out here, it's kind of a main road, but not really. So it twists and turns through the woods quite a bit. It gets muddy. It gets overgrown. It's been a rough bit of travel. So let's just start things right off as you guys you're kind of like making some corners. And then why don't the three of you give me spot hidden roll?
That would require looking up from my journal. but I guess I can do it. Fuck me.
Watching the road.
I'm too ensconced in what I've got here.
No. Oh, there it is, over on that side for some reason.
There's just too much rain.
Thankfully, the good doctor's got his eyes on the road. Yeah, so you
gotta focus.
So yeah, you're squinting. You're kind of like almost hunched over, just like gripping the wheel, staring out, trying to make sure.
Like real Chris.
Pretty much.
Just pretty much. And all of a sudden, without warning, you see something that runs into the path of your car. A pale figure rears up as if out of nowhere. You manage to just barely swerve and brake, and it kind of feels like you clip whatever it is a bit. You feel kind of a bit of a judder, like as you kind of skid the car to a halt. You've just enough time to realize that the figure you saw was a woman, her eyes wide and her mouth open in a scream.
What was that? Did you see that?
What the hell was that, Jullian?
Imagine
Yeah,
like
you
bounce my
skid
head
to a
off.
halt, and you look around and you see that this figure, whatever it was, is now just kind of like lying in the middle of the road.
Did I hit it? Is it okay? I'll go check out.
Did you hit a deer?
She may be very dear to somebody.
Oh, it's a doe. Doe,
No.
a deer. A female
Female
deer.
deer?
It's Jane. Jullian gets out of the car and cautiously, like, wringing his hands, clutching his medical bag, looking around fervently as he's approaching, like, just overly cautious and somewhat jittery.
Yeah, it's as soon as you step out of the car, it is pouring, just absolutely pouring with rain. Like it's coming down in sheets, so you're like starting to get you got like probably a jacket or something on, but
Yeah.
like you're getting pretty soaked. It's probably like mid-October, 1920.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that last part.
1920X. That's probably more. It's probably like 1926 ish, somewhere in there. But yeah, you kind of step out.
Crush my face up right up to the glass to try of the window to try and peek out and see see this deer that Jullian has just hit.
Yeah, so it's dark. You kind of stand around, like the car has skidded past it. Like by the time he kind of braked, he kind of went past it. Like you may have delivered it like a bit of a glancing blow, and you kind of look back, and every once in a while a crack goes off above you, and a peal of lightning just kind of shoots across the sky, illuminating some figure that's looks like it's trying to kind of like pick itself up off the ground. And it looks
Jullian
like
does
a
the
young
whole.
woman.
Yep. He takes his glasses off, wipes them with his shirt, and puts them back on. Despite the fact that it's like just still pouring, and they're like instantly wet again. And he kind of stammers over. Kind of leans up. Are you okay? Are you hurt?
She just kind of like looks at you, like wide-eyed. As you kind of approach her, you see that she is a young woman, probably like early 20s. She thin, maybe even slightly gaunt. She's got dark hair and like wide, pale gray, almost colorless eyes.
There's Warren Weast on the ground out there?
Yeah, must be your sister. She looks like she's like on the way to suffering from exposure. She's just in like a dress, like just like a night evening dress, no jacket, no like proper shoes, no umbrella, no nothing. You also see that there's just like scratches and whatnot, and she's like bruised, and she looks like an absolute mess. And she just kind of like looks at you, confused, just this like blank look, and she's like, "Grandfather, grandfather, where am I?" Kind of look like this.
Ew.
Oh, I could scroll way the fuck in. Holy.
Oh, Jesus.
That was creepy.
Wow.
Oh, the rest of you can't. Why can all of you move?
Why could I move it? I just wanted to scroll in.
Haha! Not anymore, you can't.
Oh no, she's stuck on my screen forever.
But yeah, you're just the two of you kind of standing there, kind of huddled in the pouring rain. And she's looking around, confused.
Come back to the car. We'll get out of the rain, and you can tell me what happened. And he kind of like gestures at the car, kind of like, you know, that hover hand. Doesn't want to touch her, but kind of like trying to kind of hover hand and point at the car, and here, he kind of holds his medical bag over her head.
Just kind of like nervously looks around, like down the road back where you came. Like, you guys are traveling north. Like, you're about 2 hours out of Arkham, give or take. North, heading to Ipswitch. So yeah, you kind of just like lead her back into the car, and she just like blank stare, like 1,000-yard stare, just kind of follows you and gets in, and I guess plops herself down next to.
We're
Mr.
picking up
Beast.
hitchhikers now, are we?
Man, hit the poor girl.
Not
Like
looking
gathering
great,
up my notebook and papers and shit off the back seat. Like, don't trip on my effects.
She just kind of stare. She just kind of like turns her head and stares at you with this like 1,000-yard stare.
I just stare right back, thinking this is how we communicate.
Friend of yours? Are you by yourself? Is there anybody else? You said grandfather. Is grandfather out in the storm?
I don't. And she's like rubbing at her head, and she's like, I don't remember. My name's Amelia Webb, but I don't know what I'm doing. I can't remember why I'm out here. What's happened? And she just kind of starts like almost mumbling to herself. She seems very lost, very unsure of pretty much anything but her name.
She talks to herself too. I like her.
So in the light of the car, you can see she is pretty banged up, whatnot.
And she sits down next to me, just all gaunt and banged up, and just 1,000-yard stare. I'm like, "How you doing?" Warren's like licking his fingers, smoothing out his wiry eyebrows, and brushing at his beard. One for old Warren, eh?
Warren.
Hope
This
you
isn't the
creep.
time.
Warren is a creep.
We need to get out of this storm.
This is why Lexi's not sitting next to him.
Right?
He's a fucking creep.
Warren Weast owns an oddity shop. He is a fucking weirdo to begin with.
Yeah, she just kind of sits there like shivering, she is soaked through to the bone. Her dress, it looks like it's a fairly nice dress, or was, but it's like just in tatters. Not like completely hanging off her, but it's like ripped and torn, and like there's like mud stains on it now. It looks like she was.
I take off my like brown like overcoat, trench coat type, just big, long like London 80s style cloak, and just kind of coat, sorry, not cloak, and put it over her shoulders a little bit. Like, there's a sandwich in the pocket. I've been saving it. Please don't eat it.
You thought you were going to offer it to her?
Same here.
I won't.
Thank you. I've been meaning to eat it for quite some time.
Ew.
Where are you heading? Do you want to come with us? We need to get out of this storm.
Just kind of like looks at like all of you, and she's like looking out the window. She's like, I don't know. I don't know where I came from or where I was going. Clearly,
Where's your grandfather?
I don't know. Do you know my grandfather? And she just kind of like looks hopefully. He's like, do you know?
I know many grandfathers.
Warren,
I
this
don't think
is
I
not
know
about your clock.
yours.
I will say to you, Doc, why don't you give me a medicine check, Mr. Physician?
That looks pretty good.
Yeah, you could tell that she's got a lot of superficial, like, scratches and bruises. Looks like she looks very much like someone that's just been, like, blindly running through the woods or something like that and tripping over shit and getting hit by branches and stuff.
What I pictured, yep.
But you also notice she's got this big bruise on her forehead. It looks maybe an hour or two old. It's somewhat recent. And with your success, you can tell it's kind of got some, like, a straight edge to it. Almost like she was hit by... And there's no particular, like, cuts or, like, scrapes along the bruise that would indicate, like, a tree branch or something like that. It looks like she was hit by, like, a bar or some sort of, like, metal object or something.
Like a
Something
car?
pipe-shaped.
Like
no,
a car.
Definitely not from the car. The car, you know that you probably just, like, grazed her a little bit and kind of, like,
You look
knocked her
down, you
over.
see like her leg bone is protruding out. Oh, fiddlesticks.
She's far too cold to notice that the doctor broke her legs. Like, that's why I'm walking funny.
Yeah. We should take her with us for now. I can bandage her when we get somewhere warm and dry.
You want me to take over driving?
No, I'll drive.
Oh, okay.
You
Excuse
just-
me.
Warren,
I need some
mind
of
your
this.
manners.
I need some of this room for my various papers.
Why don't...
She's still just like 1,000 yards staring.
Yeah, she's like looking around very confused, and she keeps like,
I wave my hand like in front of her eyes, like to see if she reacts. Anybody
I
home?
mean, she kind of like, when she kind of turns and your hand is like right there, she kind of jumps back a little bit, like, ah.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to observe your pupils for dilation. Either drugs or, what's the word? Concussion. Just checking.
Like, I don't think I do drugs.
Well, you don't know where you are, how you got here, where your grandfather is, or anything really, so I didn't want to rule it out.
Well,
Who is your grandfather?
she's kind of like squinting, like she's trying to remember. Since you're like kind of in the back right there with her, why don't you give me a spot hidden, Luke? Mr. Weast.
Mr. Weast? I got spot hidden for days, son. And I roll it for ass!
Bro.
Fuck. Bro, how much luck I got? Fuck it, I'm gonna spend 18 luck. Eat a
Okay, I was
dick.
gonna say you can also attempt to push the roll.
Oh, I didn't mean to make a luck roll. Pushing it.
Pushing a roll
No,
is
but I've-
always a thing that,
yeah,
that is
it's-
possible.
It could lead to bad. And you can't spend luck on a pushed roll,
Nope.
right?
You're whatever
I'll
it
just-
ends up being, you're stuck with.
I'm gonna just spend the luck. 18. I didn't mean to roll it again. It did that instead of me when I
That's
tried to
fine.
edit it.
That's fine.
Oh,
So that is a success. So you notice as she's kind of like putting on probably as she's like putting the jacket on and trying to kind of rub herself for one, especially Mr. Weiss being such a fucking creep, you'd probably notice like dangling from her neck is a pendant. Some sort of like big, like it almost looks like a locket, but it just looks like a big coin type of thing, just like hanging off of her neck.
Is it in any particular shape, or is it just kind of
It's
like
round.
ambiguous in the dark kind of thing?
It's round.
Like big, like fucking Flava Flav, like
It's pretty big. Like it's like a pocket watch kind of sized.
I point at it and I'm like, that's pretty.
She's like, huh? She kind of like starts to cover herself up a bit, thinking that you're just
No,
being a fucking creep.
forgive me. Just your necklace.
And she kind of just like, oh, and she like kind of like holds it up, kind of like pulls it like out of her dress.
Get a better
and
look at it.
Yeah, so you can kind of see it. She gets my grandfather, Dr. Webb. Dr. Webb, that's who he is. He gave this to me. Said it would bring me protection.
Not from cars, apparently.
Oh, there it
Or
is.
creepy men.
Or creepy men. Looks like this. As I made it too
fucking
big.
fist.
Weird symbology.
Fuck is that? I can kind of see it a little more clearly now.
Yeah, so it is like looking at it, you know, she kind of holds it up and it's like got this coin-like medallion inscribed with peculiar symbols.
Potentially
Which
recognizable symbols for a weirdo.
May or may not be some form of writing. If you want, you could give me
A cult?
be a cult, but I would need. Oh, what would I need to identify this? I would need an extreme occult roll or a successful Cthulhu mythos roll.
I ain't got no mythos.
Of which you probably have 0. Because we just started.
Yeah. I got a really good. I got 75 occult. I got as high occult as you could possibly have at character creation.
I would need an
extreme.
I would need an extreme success.
Extreme. What is that? 17?
Yeah.
17 or 18, somewhere around there. Yeah, I'll give it a whirly bird. Why not? I'm trying to make it out. That starts with a 40. 44.
Yeah, with just a regular success, you do think that it is, like it kind of eats at the back of your mind that like this is perhaps some sort of strange symbology linked with something occult or something weird, but it's just
Can't put
it
my thumb.
escapes you.
Just can't put my thumb on it. I'm like, oh, seems familiar. Best keep it safe if it's from your grandfather.
The only thing you're sure of is that it's not like a normal language.
Something weird.
It's something
out
weird.
there. Is that discernible? I guess that's kind of like what I'm trying to.
Well, that's what you're
Yeah.
trying to determine.
Yeah.
You do imagine that it's probably worth about $60 to $100.
Oh shit! In 1920 time, that's a lot of money.
Like it's made. Is it silver? I don't remember.
It's best
Not
keep
actually.
that safe. Seems like an important treasure from your grandfather. I go back to like looking at my journal.
She kind of slips it back into the front of her dress and just eyes you suspiciously.
He's really weird. Warren is a weird guy. I don't know if people would probably think he's creepy, but I don't. He's not like a pervert or anything like that. He's just a fucking weirdo. Whack job.
So I'm assuming that like we've started the car back up and are like continuing on.
It's up to you. What do you want to do?
We need to find shelter. We can't stay out here.
There we go. We're going to Ipswitch, yeah?
Yeah.
Ipswich.
You would imagine too that she came from, like from the looks of her, she's not come from a like long ways away. Like she's obviously come from somewhere in
somewhat nearby.
in the nearby vicinity because she is not dressed for travel.
Maybe as we progress, things will jog your memory on where you're supposed to be. We're not supposed to be here right now either.
The other thing you could do is you probably would also maybe have a map.
I know we're kind of where we're going and whatnot.
But yeah, if you wanted an idea of what was around here, you probably have got like a map in the glove box. Pull out your phone, look at your GPS.
Yeah, pull up MapQuest, see how far we are away from the nearest Chevron gas station. Or something American, because America. See if we can get
Miss
the
Lexi,
groups.
can you see if there's any roads nearby that might lead to something? Maybe there's something nearby that she came from. We can pull in and wait out part of the storm.
Of course, of course. I'm gonna look at the map to see if there's any, like, roads or odd buildings or anything like that near close by.
Sure, give me a navigation check. You're kind of study. You pull out this map and you're looking through it. Oh, that's mine. I think I've organized all these notes.
I am shocked that I got that.
That's a pretty
Jesus.
good. That's a pretty good.
It's an extreme navigate.
She's the navigator.
With my
Yeah.
pen.
So you kind of start tracing your
Compliance.
finger along the map, along the roads, and you manage to sort of locate sort of a particular bend in the road that kind of matches the one that you just sort of went along. So you pretty much found exactly where you are on the map. And looking ahead, you see that maybe just like a mile up the road or so, just a little bit further ahead, you are in an area known as Orchard Run, according to the map, and just up ahead, in about half a mile to a mile, is a gas station and cafe called Orchard Run Gas and Cafe.
Right here. This might be a good spot to start. Just that spot
okay,
to start.
Yeah, there seems to be
We'll go this way.
woods. There's like woods all over the place too. If there is any other like small houses or side roads, if they're not on your particular map, they might not just be like people, like individual driveways and pathways are probably not on the map. But you do see this. You do see this gas station and cafe, about a mile or so up the road.
We head for the gas station / cafe.
We can get some peanuts and a coffee.
Yeah,
And
yes.
get out of
Coffee's
this
warm.
rain. Ugh.
So the dock just kind of slowly starts meandering about. Why don't you give me a drive auto check for the fun of it, Doc?
I was dreading this one because
You already
We were
passed
talking
once.
about who drives earlier. I'm like, I don't think I put any points in drive. Like 0.
oh my god, I got it.
Jeepers.
Yeah, so the Doc's like kind of you can feel him kind of like weaving in and out, like he's weaving into sort of the other lane once in a while to dodge like Lexi's sitting there in the front, and she's like, all of a sudden the car jerks to the left. She's like, what the fuck? And then she sees it at the last possible second. There's like a big chunk of tree like in the road. And it's like, how the fuck did he see that? Doc is he's just got his eyes just bulging, glued to the road in front of him, navigating this thing through the dark, through the pouring rain. And eventually, you get to a gas station. So, as you're kind of coming up the road, heading north, on your right-hand side, you see the Orchard Run Gas and Cafe. One thing that really kind of stands out to you immediately is that there is, you can see the gas station. It's a single-pump gas station with a bit of an awning kind of over it, which isn't shown in this drawing, because there's multiple versions of this adventure for some reason, and some of the drawings are a little weird. But there's like a small office near the gas pump, like the actual gas station office itself, and all of its windows and that are dark. Doesn't seem to be anybody in there. Next to it, the next building over, is the cafe, and you can see all the lights are on. You can even probably see some shapes moving about behind the rain-sodden windows. So there's definitely people in there. And just about even or so with the cafe, you see this massive truck, this big, farm animal hauling, not like an 18-wheeler, but kind of the equivalent, the 1920s equivalent of an 18-wheeler, big, huge truck. And it looks like it just kind of flew off the road, skidded to a halt. It, jackknifed itself and is blocking most of the road ahead.
In front of us?
Yeah. So,
oh, Jesus.
keeping you from going you from going past it. It looks like you maybe could squeeze off the road on the shoulder, in the mud, in the thick mud beside it. But this thing is just completely jackknifed, this. It looks like it tried to swerve around something and skidded to a halt and just went completely sideways, kind of got stuck in the mud. And looking at it, as you kind of pull up, you don't see anybody in the truck. The truck is just dark. Its lights are off. There's nobody inside the cab.
I don't think we're getting through that. Raspberries.
He snaps his fingers.
All right, there,
Shucks.
Butters.
Be the cat's ass. We got through. Let's
Maybe.
get coffee. Get warm.
Yes, coffee.
So Jullian gets out and goes to help out Miss Webb.
Okay, yeah, so you can pull kind of right in front of this thing. You're able to
Do I have
you can kind of pull past kind of the right before the truck skidded out. You can sort of squeeze in and get into the parking lot in front of this diner area. And it's just shitting down rain. It's just everywhere.
Was it raining when we left Arkham?
It was starting to, probably a couple hours ago, but it's just gotten worse and worse.
Can I have an umbrella?
Sure.
Yeah. Imagine if it's raining, Warren's not one that wants to get wet. Probably hasn't showered in a hot minute.
No problem.
TBH. Pops. He's given up his coat. He pops his small, probably almost on the verge of broken, old-looking umbrella. Pops it open over his head and just starts shuffling over towards the entrance of the diner.
So you pop this thing up, and the wind is just whipping by, throwing the rain and leaves at you. Why don't you give me a luck roll?
Oh, such a penis. Such a penis. I just used luck.
You did?
Oh, it was 18. I would have failed anyways.
Yeah, so you get up, you jiggle with your umbrella, and you get it up, and then the wind immediately just thunk, and this thing is just inside out, and fucking...
No, damn it!
It is doing very little umbrellaing at the moment.
He's faking the shit out of it.
I don't think that's how it's supposed to work.
No.
At least you're consistent with 288s.
Yeah. If I'm gonna be consistent in one thing, Chris, it's rolling bad. We all know that. It doesn't matter what fucking game it's in.
Oh, hey, on that note, my wife has started to take to saying, "I've got to pee. Thanks, Chris." She pulled that on me a couple times in the last week. I look at her like, "Are you
Don't mind me.
serious?"
I just got to text
The
your wife
fuck?
real quick for a second here. He's just frustrated as shit with it. He just flips the umbrella the right way and just closes it now. More wet than is preventable. So it just stalks towards the diner now. Say stalks is more still like a shuffle.
Lexi just books it. She
Just
does not
runs.
want to be wet.
You still get kind of wet.
Well,
It's just
yeah.
so much rain, but yeah. So, yeah,
He
Julian's
thinks
still
that
kinda
if she
doing
runs
that whole
faster-
ushering of her hand.
yes, the doc's got Amelia. She follows you. Warren is desperately trying to keep himself dry to no avail. And you enter this comfy little diner. Inside, you find...
Oh, it's like those baseball games during COVID where they just put cardboard cutouts of people in the stands. This is quaint.
Actually, have to go lock them.
Are we playing Guess Who?
Yes.
Right?
Does your person have a beard? Yeah, so you step into this quaint little cafe / diner. As you guys kind of walk in, you a few heads kind of turn to look at you. There is a rather young-looking waitress. Sort of... Don't I actually pull their character things? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, she's pretty short. It's like 5 feet tall, short, ash blonde hair cut into a bob. Got like a waitress little smock or whatever on, little name tag. She like looks up from what she's doing, like in behind the counter at you guys, and kind of acknowledges the fact that you walk in, but she doesn't really do anything about it. Over at the end of like the counter, the end of the bar, there is this man, a larger man with like a huge bushy beard, who's kind of got his head down, clutching a coffee with both hands or some sort of hot beverage, and he just kind of looks shook. He's wet. He's kind of shaken. He's wearing like overalls and whatnot. Standing next to him is a man in kind of a cheap-looking suit with a mustache that seems to be kind of consoling him or like trying to talk to him. And you also see an elderly couple sitting in one of the booths. And they just kind of like look up from their coffees and that and see you guys coming in and are kind of interested. Like, oh, what's this? What's going on here?
Jullian sees everybody and just kind of like nodding at everybody in turn. Just kind of, kind of a jittery. Oh, yes, so this person. I acknowledge you, person.
It's as you kind of walk in, like look, you see that the waitress kind of like sees you, and she gives you a little like nod of recognition, like yeah, I see you, and kind of gestures her head over to like the booths, to basically like go fucking see yourself.
Yep.
I'll get to you when I get to you.
Yep.
Employee of the month.
Pull up to the booth and...
Ward has just now accepted the fact that he's wet and makes no effort to like shake off or brush any of the water off his face or eyes or beard or anything. He's just uncomfortably wet now. He's like, well,
you're all wet.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Lexi's a little bit wet. The rest of you are just kind of soaked.
Yep. Jullian uses his wet shirt to clean his glasses, and they still look kind of damp and smeared.
Oh, the worst. I only do it for sunglasses. I can't imagine for people that actually wear glasses all the time. And have
so
to
hard.
Oh.
Jullian kind of helps Amelia into the booth, and then kind of like shuffles over to the guy with the beard. I'm sorry to inconvenience you, sir, but will you be able to move your truck tonight? We have places to be. And then he just turns and goes back to the booth and sits beside Amelia.
Yeah, he kind of looks up for a second as you're like walking away, and then like doesn't really say anything. And the mustachioed man who's kind of like standing beside him just kind of also like looks at you for a good long moment, sees you walk away. It's like, Mary, stop fucking around and go help these customers. And the waitress just kind of like lets out this audible sigh. She wanders over to your table. She's like, well, welcome to Orchard Run gas station. What is it that you want? What can I get you? And she kind of like looks at the table. Is like, Amelia? Amelia, is that you?
This your
Why are you
grandfather?
in here looking like a drowned rat?
We found her in the road.
Well, that is where the drowned rats go, she kind of says under her breath. And she's like pulling out her fucking notepad to like write your orders down.
Was that audible or just kind of
Yeah,
like
it was kind of audible. Audible enough that she was kind of like pretending to say it quietly under her breath.
snide bitch?
It doesn't look like Amelia's paying enough attention to even caught it. She's kind of staring out the window.
What? Is this a friend of yours?
I wouldn't go that far, but I know Amelia. Yeah, she lives with her grandfather, Dr. Webb.
He barely seems to know Amelia. You've told me as much as she has, and I've driven with her in the backseat of the car for the past 2 hours.
Maybe it's your sparkling personality.
People tend to tell me that a lot. Thank you. He thinks it's a compliment.
She lets you think that.
May I please have a black coffee?
Sure, no problem.
Coffee.
What about the rest
Black.
of you?
I'll grab a tea,
yes,
please.
Coffee. Black, please. Yes, coffee.
She's like, Amelia. And she kind of starts snapping her fingers, like...
You have to tell her your order, Amelia.
Amelia just seems to be kind of... She's somewhere else.
Jullian will like look at her. Maybe a coffee for her too.
And a pack of cigarettes. That'll calm her nerves.
I mean, you've all probably got cigarettes on you. It's the
Yes, but I
1920s.
don't want to give her any of mine.
Well, they're probably in your jacket, so you probably accidentally already did.
Oh, raspberries. She has my cigarettes. If you don't mind, excuse me. I just start reaching. No. Start reaching through.
Start groping
While
around,
she's wearing my... Oh, no.
Excuse me, pardon me.
I take mine out and just take them.
He does not grope at her. He just sits like picking at his nails, having left his journal in the car. He doesn't really know what to do with his hands. Amelia, are any of these men here your grandfather?
She's like, huh? And she kind of like looks around and she's like, no. And Mary is still kind of there finishing up, writing down 3 coffee plus 1 tea. It's taking her a while. She's very good at her job.
Did you hear the waitress?
Yeah,
you.
Her grandfather's Dr. Webb. They got a fancy ass place.
For a hot second, I thought you were Amelia telling me that the waitress's grandfather is Dr. Webb. I was like, wait a minute, who's crazy here?
No, yeah, Mary's her son. Yeah, her grandfather's he's pretty well off. He's got a cottage, just up the way, called Green
Pull
Apple.
up the map. Can you show me?
She's like, yeah. You would imagine the map's probably in the car. Go back out and get it.
A box.
That's a very good idea. I
She's
will
like,
go.
yeah, it's off.
I am already uncomfortably wet.
Like
I go get the map and come back.
As you're leaving, she's like, yeah, her grandfather's place called Green Apple Acre Cottage. Kind of a nice cottage, just up through the woods, southwest of here. I mean, you probably passed by the turnoff, like the driveway that leads up there on your way here, but it'd be too dangerous to go now. Like, that's way too dangerous. You shouldn't even think about it. You'd probably kill yourselves trying to drive up there in this weather. Fucking look at it.
I'm back with the map.
It's raining outside.
Just dripping wet.
The
map is dripping wet.
I'll say the two of you, Lexi and the doc, like the way she seems very insistent. Like, no, don't go. It's dangerous. It seems a little. Give me a. Why don't you guys give me psychology rolls?
Where's it on this? There it is.
It's essentially the Cthulhu version of insight.
Nope.
I have a 35 psychology, but I was getting a map.
You were getting a map.
come back with the map. I'm like, where is this cottage?
Oh, like waiting for the... Oh, both you guys failed your psychology. Yeah, she was very insistent. It's like, oh, it's too dangerous. You can't go. Can't go up there. Too dangerous.
Oh, we shouldn't go.
But yeah, she kind of...
It's raining.
She points
Really
off
hard.
south of here, kind of. Lexi would know pretty much where you guys found Amelia because of her extreme success when you checked the map earlier. Kind of almost due west of there, maybe a little bit northwest, just off in this huge patch of just woods on the map. She just kind of like sticks her fingers, just like, it's like in here somewhere. Somewhere. Like here? Maybe here? I don't know, the roads, there's a road to it. Like a little, not even really a road, just like kind of a little path through the trees to turn off on, but in this storm, I'd be shocked if you did see it. Even if you were looking for it. Terrible out there. Dangerous. I'm gonna go get your coffee.
We have a really good navigator.
Don't forget my tea, please.
This is true.
And your tea.
Our
Four coffees coming up.
Extremely good. Yes, that's right. 4 coffees.
She goes waddling off. Yeah, she seems
said
pretty young.
tea.
She's probably like 19, early 20s, somewhere in there. Like pretty young. More or less
Like the
kind of the
Captain.
same age as Amelia, maybe a little bit younger.
Having nothing to really occupy his hands, Warner's taken a kind of just like looking around the diner. He's looking at the old guy with the beard crying, and the weird mustachioed guy next to him.
He's not really
Just this
crying.
old-
It's more that he's like shaken and he's kind of giving a bit of a stare too.
He's
And he's
shook
like
up.
mumbling stuff. Like, yeah, he looks like something gave him a big fright, or like he had some sort of close call or something. And he's dressed pretty farmery.
And this old couple behind. Imagine we're sitting in the booth, kind of behind the old couple.
Oh yeah, you can see that like the old guy's just like he's just like staring at you. When you look up at him, he's like, "Oh, quite the storm out there, isn't it?"
It is raining very hard.
The old lady kind of slowly turns and like puts her arm up over like the back edge. Like, yeah, we just came here for some supper, and now we're just kind of waiting it out. Don't want to get on the road. It's already dangerous
Waitress.
enough with him behind the wheel, isn't it, Teddy? He's like, yeah, she's not wrong. He starts laughing.
Yes, the waitress said it's very dangerous,
Oh,
and we
look.
shouldn't take our friend here home.
It's like, oh yeah, Jake. Look, he almost flipped his truck right out in front of us here.
Who's Jake?
It's like, well, that's Jake, and he points at the bearded guy.
Oh, hello, Jake. I wave.
Yeah, there's no response from Jake.
Oh,
the
he must be.
the mustachioed guy just kind of like looks over at you again.
He
with
must
this
be
kind
very
of, like,
upset.
annoyed look on his face. And fucking
He
goes
must
back.
be very upset.
Like, oh, he's been muttering something about something. He saw something on
There.
the road and it made him skid off. I don't know.
Oh,
He saw something. Something spooked him real good.
I turn to look at Amelia. I'm like, you
Maybe-
skidded off the road.
Maybe he almost hit Amelia too.
I'm going to go ask him. I'm looking to see if the coffee's like anywhere close to coming. If there's anything like being brewed. If she's looking at fucking TikTok in the 1920s.
She is standing beside the coffee pot, watching it drip, smoking a cigarette.
Excuse me. I try and like imagine I'm on the inside of the booth and I have to get past Amelia. I'm like, I need to get out, please.
No, I'd say Amelia's probably closest to the window, and she's
Okay,
spending
fair
a lot
enough.
of time kind of staring out into the storm.
Yeah, and I said that I sat beside her because I had assumed that, because I was ushering her, I would have like kind of like shoved her in and then just kind of like came and plopped down beside her.
I'll move for you then.
Thank you. Scooch my way out. Like I'm sauntering over, still dripping wet. I'm like, is that your truck outside? I heard. Is his name Jake?
His name's Jake. The other
You must
fellow,
be Jake.
the other
truck
fellow,
driver.
kind of stands between you and Jake, the mustachioed gentleman. He's like, "What's the meaning of this? Who are you people? Where is?
Oh, look.
Jake's had a bit of a. He's had a bit of a
coffee.
He's had a bit of an incident. Don't
I
trying to
heard.
not give him like the third wheel, the business, whatever the saying
Oh.
is. I don't.
Whatever the 1920s
Whatever the
equivalent saying,
1920s saying is.
No, just waiting for my coffee with this very efficient waitress.
Yeah, tell me
That
about
nice old couple told me that
He
you
le-
saw something
it. He leans
out
into
in
you.
the
And
road.
he leans in and like sort of says quietly, "It's like I'm the manager here, and believe me, she works cheap. And there's not really a lot of waitresses around here.
Oh,
Very small population, so
you kind of get what you pay for.
Yes, it's like I know. He's like, oh, believe me, I know. And he starts wiping his brow.
Warren's like, I don't know that I'll come back here. The service isn't very good. My apologies.
Well, if you're looking for
Like-
coffee between Arkham and Bolton, I mean, we're kind of the only game in town.
Thought you were gonna say between the hours of 2 and 10, you might be lucky to get one.
There's the reason we put Mary on the night shift.
Yes. Did you happen to you saw something on the road, Jake, that made you
Yeah,
not?
I saw
something
something. All
happened.
right. I saw. I'm not gonna forget. Just came out of nowhere. It was a light, a dead light. Just came at me on the
Oh,
road.
he said the name of the thing in the thing.
Yup.
I don't
A
even know
light.
what else. I don't even know what else to describe it as. A dead light out there just came at me. Just flew at my truck. It's all I could do to swerve it. Try not to crash into the gas station. Sam was like, yes, I very much thank you for not crashing your truck into my gas station.
What, just a light? Like a firefly or a
You know how,
torch or?
like, they say that, like, yeah, they say that when a person dies, their soul leaves the body like a light. People who've seen it say it's like a light leaving the body. That's what this looked like. Best way I can
I'm into
describe
some- I'm into some weird shit. Is this some weird shit I might have read at some point in time? Is this like a backwoods kind of saying? Is it
it. Give
me a weird shit roll?
give me a weird shit.
Sounds occult to me.
Yeah, you can give me a cult, I suppose.
We'll talk
As I
about every
instantly
occult
think, where
roll.
would I find a list of fucking skills in my giant ass keeper book? I don't have.
Success. Still a 60 under 75.
Yeah, you've probably heard. I opened right up to the occult section. How about spooky? You've
Spooky.
probably heard like what he's talking about. People's like accounts of, a person dies and people have reported like oh, we saw their soul leaving the body. It was like a light that just kind of like came out of them and flew away. And like you've probably heard and read all kinds of accounts similar to that of like the human soul being called like a light.
So by that token, then someone died in and around the area, or that's like a soul just on the loose, kind of rampant after a death.
I mean, you've never
or-
really heard of like a soul light or something just hanging around. And,
Oh yeah.
like
So that would
run-
make
and running
me-
at trucks.
and Warren think that there's something died, like someone died right then and there around that truck to cause that light to just that's it leaving right there. Boom. It's not like it's bouncing around and zigging and zagging. It's from 20 miles away.
He kind of tells you, yeah, it's a dead light. That's kind of the best thing that I could describe it as is some sort of sickly, otherworldly light. I've seen many lights. I've seen fire lights. I've seen flashlights, all sorts of things. But this was just had a hue to it, a sickly, no, he wouldn't know what it was. It was a sickly, death, life, soul
unnatural,
like you is a
occulty
deadline.
light.
And he's like, a deadline. I'm not crazy. And he grabs like a
No.
sugar pot off the thing and just hurls it across the cafe.
I hurl a salt shaker. I'm like, you are not crazy. I have heard of this
Sam
before.
starts to get again. I'm just like, look, I'm giving him a free pass on this one. So you do not need to start
No,
throwing
no.
things. I don't even know who you are. Who are you?
No, it's fine. Here, I hand him a soggy business card from my trouser pocket, and it just says
What is it? He's like
Warren Weist's Weird Wonders.
He's like holding it between, like he's like getting pinched in his fingers, and he's kind of holding it up.
Forgive the dampness. I too have a shop, a business, an oddity shop.
Mr.
Strange things.
The ink is starting to run.
Ah,
on your
forgive
business.
me. Yes, you may call him. It is Warren Weist. I should purchase higher quality business cards.
I'm Sam. Sam Keelham.
Sam,
I'm the manager
would-
of the gas station.
I would shake your hand, but I don't like touching other people, and I'm extremely wet at the moment, so I fear it would be most uncomfortable for you.
Usually I'm quite a fan of shaking hands, but by the looks of you, I don't think I want to shake your hand.
The feeling
No
is
offense.
mutual.
No,
None
no
taken.
offense. Please buy things at my cafe.
Yes, I have a coffee coming. Some
Yes.
point this century. I get real close to Jake for a minute, lean in, kind of down a bit, where did you see it? Just out there where your truck is crashed. You are not crazy. And I hurl the salt shaker, if I didn't already hurl it. Like I said.
That's enough.
Forgive me. I will buy another coffee. On my birthday next year when it comes.
Sam kind of starts to getting into a bit of a huff, and then he just kind of storms off behind the counter to help Mary get the coffee.
I take his stool. Sit down on his stool next to Jake. Yes, my friends and I can't get by your truck, which is not your fault if you saw something so strange. There probably aren't many people who would believe what you say, but I have read about it in a book. Many books, actually. Do you mind taking me out to the scene of where it happened?
Well,
Maybe there's some unfortunate soul out there. Or did it happen too far away kind of thing?
No,
They
he
skidded
tells
around
you it
us.
happened when I was driving up the road past the cafe. It came out of the woods all of a sudden. Just rushed out, came directly at my truck, and I just hit the brakes and ripped it into a skid. By the time I'd skidded to a halt, it was gone. I looked around for it and I couldn't see it. But I know it was there. It was unmistakable. Couldn't forget it.
Imagine with the weather, tracks and that are going to be nigh impossible, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
Go out there and try and see, okay, where did it come from? Where did it, what did you see? If it even leaves tracks. But yeah, stormy weather kind of fucks that up a bit. Is your truck in any condition to be moved when you get your faculties about you?
I think I put it in the mud pretty good. I didn't really look. I just kind of came in here. You see, he's kind of you can see that his hands are still kind of shaking as he's holding his coffee cup. There's probably a couple of more empty cups near him that Mary hasn't been bothered to fucking clear.
He got more than one cup?
Oh yeah, he's been.
He's
How long
at
has
his
this dude
bar.
been here?
He's the owner.
No, he's the mustache guy's the owner. The beard
Oh,
guy's a pig farmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Making a joke that he was been here long enough to get more than one cup of coffee. So it's got to be hours. Hours.
He might have got lucky, and there might have been a fresh pot, and he was the only one because the old people they've got coffee too, so he might have been able to just catch the tail end of that pot.
What if he really likes his coffee?
Yeah, I'd say at this point you would probably see that Mary's got the coffees and the tea ready.
I believe my coffee is ready.
She brings them over
You've
to the
had-
table.
You've had quite an ordeal tonight, Jake. Quite unfortunate.
Yes. He's kind of like looks like he wants to say something, or like he's like, he just kind of keeps it to himself. He's just.
Do I notice like a mannerism shift, or like he's holding something back?
It's not so much that he's holding something back. It's just that he still seems pretty shook up. He looks like he's trying to kind of put a brave, tough guy front on, but he's still.
He's shook.
He's shook.
If he was like holding back like some secret or something like that,
then you'd get inspiration.
Jake's Jake's a pretty big guy too. You imagine he's probably a pretty tough guy. He
doesn't want to give up the appearance that he's shook.
Like he solves problems with his fists. But like whatever he saw, whatever happened to him, almost like smashing his truck and flipping his truck over, just shook him pretty bad.
That's
adrenaline's probably like starting to wear off as he's like chugging back coffees. And...
Now he's just got the shakes from the coffee.
Well, you know the coffee can't be that bad if he's had more than one.
No.
And the old people are enjoying. They seem to be enjoying their coffee.
That is true. If you'll excuse me, I have to return to my table and get my coffee. It's finally arriving.
Oh, okay. Good talking to you.
Yes, you too, Jake. I hope you'll be able to get your truck out of the way. My friends and I have a very important mission ahead of us, night ahead of us. You know, we know where Amelia lives. I was going to ask him if he has any information about that, but we know. We found that out already. I returned to my seat, kind of scooting back. Actually, just, do you want the window seat, or would you like to move?
That's fine. I'll scoot it over.
All right, then. You scoot over into my uncomfortably damp seat that I was sitting in prior.
Fuck!
Ew.
I grab a napkin and like lift my ass up to like wipe underneath it.
Yeah, get like ass sweat all over the seat or something.
I told you he's just wet.
Oh, you mean she's getting up to let you
Warren
in.
was sitting here first.
Oh, I see.
No, I scooched over into his wetness.
His like
sitting down initially.
Yeah, it's probably pretty wet still from where he was sitting. That's true. Fair play.
So that's what I'm saying. I lift up my ass and wipe underneath.
So who's got the lowest luck? We got.
I have 62, I think now.
I got 45.
45 luck?
Well,
Same here.
And Lexi's also.
You guys rolled like shit.
I didn't roll. It's just what I had.
I'm just gonna roll a d2.
Same.
Oh, that's silly.
Hey, Doc. As you're kind of like sipping on your coffee and getting settled in, you feel a rumbling. You gotta pee real bad. Real bad.
Fucking Chris. God damn it.
Old man Dr. Jullian kind of got, all of a sudden the tummy's a little, it's like, uh-oh.
You see him kind of get up and do that, Hey, washrooms?
Look, Winifred, he's gonna do some kind of little dance for us. There must be some sort of traveling circus or something.
No, you see him kind of. I'm sure there's a sign saying washrooms, or like the dignified little stick figure of a man and a woman.
You don't actually see any. He does not appear to be a washroom in here.
Where's the washroom? Excuse me. Where's the washroom?
You need the bathroom. Oh, yeah, it's outside. The old man says to you. Yes, it's
where?
A water closet. It's like all the way around the back of the building. Hey, hold up. It's like, I'll be back in a minute, dear. And he kind of starts getting up and like pulls this big umbrella. It's like, I've kind of had to pee too. Like, why don't we go together? We'll share my umbrella. You can go and hold the umbrella, and then I'll go and come back. And
you see Jullian pick up his doctor bag and kind of clutch it to him. Okay, please lead the way.
Oh, okay.
You got your tampons in there or something?
He's going to the ladies' room.
He's like, yeah. And as you get the two of you, he's like, I'm Teddy, by the way. Hey, Teddy.
Teddy's pleased to meet you. Dr. Jullian von Beast.
Yes.
That's my mom's name. That's weird as fuck.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah.
They got him Teddy. That was my wife Winifred back at the table there. Nice to meet you, Doctor. Like, oh,
Yes.
He kind of pokes it. He like nods his head at your bag as you guys are stepping out through like the front door. He's like, "Oh, you're performing surgery in there, Doc." Hey, he seems to. Really
You never know.
He seems to really enjoy his own jokes.
Most of us old men do.
Yeah, this guy looks real fucking old. Like Teddy looks like he's like probably like 70 years old, give or take.
From back then, he's got one foot in the grave.
You know what? It's a miracle. It's a miracle he survived the war. Just fucking looking at him. He would have been like in his 50s or something like that for World War I, 50s to 60s. World War I's not that far away from what time it is now.
10 years ago from where we are now.
Yeah, so it's a miracle he survived the war. Yeah, so you and Teddy head outside. Yeah, you step out the front door and you kind of start heading around the building. He's like, yeah, it's all the way around the building. It's very inconvenient on days like this. That's why I bring the umbrella. And, like, the wind is just... He's kind of holding it, like, two hands, like, gripping it, like, way up. It's like, you gotta hold on to these things or else they'll get away from you.
Fuck off.
You do notice that his umbrella seems quite a bit more substantial than Warren's was. It is like a good sturdy umbrella. Like, come on, this way. And you guys old man shuffle your way along, past all the windows by the booths and around to like way around the back of the building where the water closet is. It is more or less almost like what you'd expect from like almost like an outhouse. There's kind of like this little like moon shaped cutout like way up in the top of the door and stuff. It's like, you go ahead. I can hold it. I've been holding it for a little bit now. It's good practice.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. And
Good practice.
Good practice.
You see the good doctor goes inside there and kind of glances around and looks for a light switch.
Yeah, there probably isn't a light switch.
Okay, he reaches in his
It's
shirt,
you know what,
pulls
there
out
might
some
be.
matches.
Actually, scratch that. There's probably just enough light. There's probably like one dim bulb like up in the ceiling that's just kind of barely illuminating.
Flickering.
Yep. A little flicker to it every time the wind and the lightning crackle.
Yeah, you can hear Teddy outside.
He tucks his bag underneath his arm and undoes his fly, does his thing.
Are you sitting down or you standing up?
Oh no! You said I just had to pee though, right?
Yeah, I mean,
But then
at your age,
your
though.
stomach also did some crazy stuff.
So yes, he's just got to pee. Then yeah,
you're getting unbuckling everything, doing your business, and you can hear Teddy's outside, just like, oh, hey, what? And all of a sudden you can see, like, the room seems to be getting brighter. And Teddy's like, what the blazes is that? It's like, and then like it seemed you see light just pouring in from the few cracks on like the sides of the door and like underneath and above the door, almost like someone took like a floodlight and just shone it right at the bathroom door, the closed door, and like the light is like this bluish color, and you hear Teddy outside like, what? And he just starts screaming and howling, and then all of a sudden he goes silent, and all you hear is the pouring rain and the wind and the thunder, and the light just fades away until it's gone.
Teddy, are you okay? And you see him kind of like hurriedly trying to shake it off and tuck it in and doing himself all up and try to quickly adjust himself as quick as he can and push the door open or pull it open, whichever way it goes.
Yeah, it's pulled door from inside.
Pulls it open.
Yeah, you
takes a look outside.
You yank open the door, and Teddy's gone. No Teddy. You do see kind of nearby, near the door, what looks like a pile of like gray ash that the rain is starting to like turn into like mud. And kind of sitting in that pile of ash is like the twisted, charred remnants of like a metal umbrella frame.
Oh, so it's the essence of Teddy?
You see Jullian kind of look up at the sky, and rain pouring onto his face and his glasses. Look down and kind of like gingerly reaches out a finger and touches the ash and kind of rubs it between his fingers, and he's just kind of looking around and.
Yeah, the top of it's like
smells it.
It's very quickly just the rain is turning this into like just mud and goop. But if you kind of stick your finger in deep enough past the goopy layer on top, yeah, it seems to be ash, like gray ash.
Calls out again, looking around. Teddy, Teddy.
Nothing.
And he kind of gathers himself up, and kind of looks around a little bit, and then rushes back along to the building to see if he went back inside. He scoops up the umbrella, the remains of the umbrella, if it's not like burning hot or something.
It's just like it's like the charred, twisted remnants of like the frame, the umbrella frame itself. Maybe there's like a few bits of like polyester or whatever the fabric kind of just like melted to it.
Yeah. And you see him kind of go rushing in and kind of like burst into the door to the cafe.
As you're kind of like looking at
anybody
this,
see Teddy?
yeah. As you're kind of like finishing up looking at this thing and looking at this umbrella, I'd like you to give me a sanity.
Where'd my sanity go again?
So just which
Oh,
is
for crying out loud. Oh, there it is. Oh no. Oh no, 15 now. That was still a fail.
I would say this. You're gonna lose 3 points of sanity.
Oh no.
You had, what was your sanity? 45?
It was 45, yeah.
One thing I'm going to actually do, so I have it, so we all remember, is just take everybody's max sanity. 45, 45, and 60. Just because if you start, like, decreasing it, I imagine it'd be easy to lose track of what it started at.
Yeah.
And that's very important to know how much it started at. The only thing, it's the only downside I've seen to this on this character sheet is that if you decrease your
fifth,
you
lose a fifth of
1/5 in a session will drive you temporarily or indefinitely insane. 5, 45, 60.
I remember most of the rules.
Me too. I remember enough of them.
Yep.
So yeah, you pick up, you kind of like pull this thing out of the goop.
And I rush inside, and I'm like literally holding it, my doctor's bag underneath in one hand, and like holding it up like it was a normal umbrella almost in front of me. Did anybody see Teddy? Teddy, come in.
As you kind of like come in through the door, you see like Winifred, his wife, kind of like perk up, like, "Oh, Teddy's still back up there. Oh yes, that's normal. Sometimes he takes a while."
I went first. He was outside waiting.
Light.
Light.
That's probably why he let you go first. Just knowing Teddy, don't worry about it. You didn't have. I'm glad you didn't stand out there in the rain waiting for him. You might have been out there all night. And she starts like staring off out the window. She's like, "Sure, it is raining out there."
Is he going to get wet when he comes back if you have the umbrella?
Again, Julian's just kind of like holding it in front of him. And then he kind of realizes he's kind of like, and he kind of like Kind of like
Is it all
chucks it
fucked
on
up?
the floor by the door. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
it's all...
it's just like bits of the frame.
Is that my umbrella? Did you pick up my umbrella? Thank you,
yours
Jullian.
still had cloth on
I was
it.
gonna say, did you just discard yours on like the walk-in?
Oh yeah, I just fuck.
It's like once it like shoot, you just kind of like just let it go.
He
Like,
tried to like fold it back in, and Imagine just got frustrated and just fucking threw it on the ground. It was on its last legs to begin with.
Yeah, Winifred's just kind of like leaning on like the windowsill, just like hand on her chin, just like looking out the window.
Yeah.
Watching the
Julian will
rain.
just sit back down in the booth and take a sip of his coffee. He's like just kind of like a little bit rattled, kind of like looking around and.
You gotta,
Feel better?
No.
Oh.
We're gonna move the truck. Oh, you took his portrait out. That's.
he's not in here right now, is he?
And you see him kind of like after he takes a sip of his coffee, he puts his mug down, and he looks at his hand where he'd kind of like rubbed the ash between his fingers, and he kind of like just holds it up to Warren, and he's like, "This was on the ground in front of the bathroom
Ew.
with the umbrella."
Ew. What do you mean with the umbrella? I thought you had the umbrella.
It was a pile of ash. There was a bright light. I had to pee. There was a bright light outside the door.
You
When
should.
I opened the door, he was gone.
You're a doctor. You should know that ash coming when you have to pee is very bad. I know that, Jullian.
Maybe he was struck
And
by light?
my shop sells Ouija boards. You're a doctor. What do you mean, a bright light?
The door was closed, but it was lit very bright from outside. The cracks around the door frame. It was very bright.
And Teddy?
Teddy was gone. He was waiting outside for me while I peed. And when I opened the door, it was just his umbrella and this ash.
You don't think that's pointing like your fingers. That's Teddy. He doesn't lower his voice. He doesn't have the tact to do so.
Yeah.
That's Teddy?
Did you want to taste? He holds his fingers out.
What the fuck?
Fuck.
Did you just ask me?
I thought you might be interested. Sorry if I offended.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. He's trying to connect dots here. Bright light. Dead light. The truck driver is a... Hold on. Put your damn finger. Just take it out of my face for 3 seconds.
Puts it down.
And then put it back when I'm done my conversation. Because I'm still deciding on whether or not that's a good idea. For science. No, you know what? We berated the shit out of Coke for licking shit. I'm not licking ash of a dead dude.
Another
under any
dude's
circumstance. off some other dude's fingers. Like, hold on, I can't.
Well, how
get
else
to
was
my-
Coke supposed
No
to
homo.
figure out what that was on the floor?
No, I was talking to the truck driver, Jake, his name is, and the man who owns this place, the mustachioed man, whose name escapes me, because I'm still reeling about what you
Sam.
just offered to me on your finger.
Sam the manager.
I am.
No, the truck driver, Jake, he said the reason he crashed is he saw what he can only describe to me as a dead light, which is kind of the light that leaves the body when you die. It's thought to be the soul kind of thing. It's a whole thing. I've read about it. He thought he saw something like that in the road and had to swerve to avoid it. And you say it was a massively... Like, did we see light from where we were inside? Or is it
No.
out of view shot?
No, the windows on the diner face west and south, and the washroom is on like the north side of the building.
Yeah.
So if you guys would have seen light at all, it would have just probably been, oh, lightning.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, there's been many flashes of light out there from constant lightning.
If that truck driver suggests he saw a dead light, and there was massive light before Teddy disappeared, there's the correlation. Light, something is happening in this area. And like we know why we're going to Ipswich. We're trying to get this research, get our hands on it before it gets into someone else's hands, because it kind of dealt with some shit that we researched in the past.
Yeah, you were doing some research for Dr. Hargrove, and then he kind of just, like, it seemed to start to kind of lead to a dead end, or he claimed it did anyways, and then he just shuttered the whole thing, like, all of a sudden. And you're all like, well, alright, I can see ya. And then, all of a sudden, and, like, Ipswich was kind of the, like, where he was trying to kind of point that compass, and he just kind of...
A lot of, like, Lovecraftian nonsense happen in Ipswich.
Yeah, here and there.
There's some sort of correlation, I think. But
you know that Dr. Hargrove specialized in mythical cartography, studying how folklore and ancient maps intersect to describe places that do not or should not exist.
And we are...
You guys were basically like almost like, you guys were like research assistants essentially. You were like cataloging artifacts. You guys were like decoding scripts, field testing hypotheses, stuff like that. And then you guys had found like a map fragment depicting a location somewhere near Ipswich that had cryptic notes in some strange language. And then Dr. Hargrove all of a sudden just like, nope, you guys were going to head up there on like a field trip and study this stuff. And he's like, nope, it's over. It's a forgery. Shit's fake. And then he just halted the whole project and went away. And you received word from the professor, a note from him that just said, it's real, Ipswich holds the key, hurry before it's too late.
Yeah.
So you guys got in the doc's car and drove on up.
How far away would you say we are from Ipswich now?
If it was dry out, it'd probably a couple hours, at least.
Trying to...
Like on a nice sunny day, dry roads, probably at least a good couple of hours or more.
Piece together anything to do with mythical cartography and our current waypoints.
You don't think that this, like, 'cause you're pretty far outside of the Ipswich like area. There's even like a smaller town called Bolton in between you and Ipswich from here. Like, you'd have to pass through Bolton to get to Ipswich, so you don't think that if there is something goofy going on here that it's got anything to do with Hargrove's research.
Location somewhere near Ipswich.
Yeah, you're not really, because you're almost closer to Arkham. Almost. You're kind of almost halfway between the two.
Yep, I'm trying to connect dots. Warren just starts. He two hands his mug and starts sipping away at it.
Did
Amelia
we actually get our stuff?
Yeah, she brought it over. That's why I came back in the first place.
Oh yeah,
From,
like basically, like
Jake.
yeah, while he was finishing up with Jake, she brought the tea and coffee.
Look to Amelia. Amelia, have you seen any strange lights recently?
Light. Maybe. Maybe.
That's on me. Ask the amnesiac what she saw. But have you saw? Maybe.
I remember. Maybe there was light. Doesn't sound unfamiliar. Just grandfather. And she's kind of like, her eyes go wide, and she's like, I think my grandfather's in trouble. There was a gun. Oh my, there was a gun. And she starts like freaking out a bit, and you see Mary's just kind of like staring at you guys, leaning on the counter, smoking her cigarette. Working very hard.
It's okay. It's okay.
Where was
we have to check
John?
on my grandfather. He's maybe I was looking for help. Maybe I was running for help.
The waitress said it's too dangerous.
Well, if somebody has a gun, that's very dangerous.
I have a
Could
gun. Don't you have a gun? It's the 1920s.
No.
Oh.
Justin Trudeau hasn't taken them all away yet.
Am I foolish for having
Well,
it?
you're in Massachusetts.
Jullian, you have a gun, don't you?
He just kind of like looks at you with like this shocked look on your face, on his
Technically,
face.
all my characters should be talking with a Boston accent because you're in Massachusetts.
Don't fucking. I thought of that when I was like,
It's
oh
too-
no,
It's too hard to
Arkham
keep up.
and
Otherwise, I
everything
probably would be doing.
is in Boston. They're gonna talk with a Boston accent.
Yeah, everyone
all along.
in H.P. Lovecraft stories are supposed to be talking with a Boston accent.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
Nope.
I've made a Call of Cthulhu character for next time I get to be a PC. He's a German doctor, so if I get to talk in a German accent the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I was typing earlier. Like, even though, like I said, I'd already planned out with this guy being all skittish and jittery and everything like that. But like, part of me really wanted to do like the bad, like whenever people make fun of Indiana Jones, that the Germans in there, and they do that bad German imitation. That's what I wanted to do, but it's like
We
just
will
not
ask
fitting.
the questions.
Yes.
Dr. Heinrich Richter Faust.
Oh no. Heinrich and what?
Heinrich Richter Faust. Dr. H.R. Faust.
Well,
Which is short
I
for...
mean-
This rain. We won't get very far unless we move that truck.
I actually have to look up.
well,
It's
Jullian.
actually Faust Brechtengruber.
Fraustengreptenbrugger.
Faust Brechtengruber.
I'm not
When I
gonna
moved
say that
to
more
America,
than once.
I did American tradition of shortened surname. I am now Dr. Faust.
Frost.
That's his big American tradition of shortening his surname.
Shortening your surname.
Changing the surname to have a
Yep.
good old American surname.
Yup.
So his American surname is Faust.
He's Klaus Smith.
He is a psychiatrist.
Well, Amelia here wants to go check on her grandfather, which, if Lexi's navigation is as pinpoint as has always been, it's back behind us some way. And didn't the waitress say that as well?
Mhm.
Kind
Yeah.
of back
Yeah,
the way we
she
came. We
did.
drove past it already.
Amelia's kind of like, just like, yeah, there's a road. There's a road back the way we came. It would be if we drove back. That would be on the right. I think there's a long driveway path that leads to the cottage. And you can see she's like struggling to remember things. But it does seem like she's kind of starting to collect her marbles a bit.
I
At this
pull the
point-
map and put it in front of her. Like, we're here, and this is where we found you.
She's just kind of like turning her head like 90 degrees, looking at it, like just staring at it like you put like some ancient Chinese texts in front of her.
I don't think this is helping.
Mary kind of comes sauntering. I was gonna say waddling, but no, she saunters.
Struts almost.
She is pretty, like she is fairly pretty, and she's young, and she's just kind of just struts on over with the coffee pot.
Blows a bubble with her gum.
I thought about that, but I don't remember chewing gum would exist in the 1920s.
You know what she does? She takes a drag of her cigarette, then blows a bubble, so the bubble is filled with smoke, and when it pops, it's like a look what I've been working on, as people are waiting for their food. You know, because she's a bad waitress.
Chewing gum invented.
Yeah, no, it's been a while because like
I mean, people have been chewing like weird ass like
Guar gum.
like wax off trees or something stuff
Yeah.
like that.
resin, yeah. But yeah, no, like double bubble came out around then.
1869.
Yeah.
There you go.
So yeah, she's definitely been chewing gum the whole time. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Probably like
I
2 or 3
suppose.
pieces in since you got here. Just keeps like stick. I'll say that like
Just
probably
like me.
one of you just
Yeah.
like caught her at some point, take like the old gum out and just like stick it to like the underside of the counter, and then just like pop a new piece in.
Fucking gross.
Oh, somebody did that at work not too long ago. I could have just died. You've got to be kidding me.
Warren is horrified, and will also never be returning here, like he's already told Sam. Well, we should take her home,
Yeah,
shouldn't we?
Mary's kind of wandered over and just like, you gonna take her home? That's crazy. Look at it, and she like kind of gestures to the window. Look at it. It's raining cats and dogs and birds and elves out there.
You go outside and let them in so they can get dry then.
She smiles and chews her gum even harder. She's like, I like him. He's funny.
Oh,
Is there Mr. Wet Doctor?
we have to.
She kind of like raises her eyebrows up a couple of times. I don't see no wedding ring on there.
He kind of looks inside his bag a little bit and looks at her. No.
Oh, you're gonna go into your bag and pull out your wedding ring?
Yeah,
That's
you're
a weird
gonna
place
you're
to
gonna
keep
pull
that.
out like your fucking family. Like, pulls out a couple of urns. Like, I'm taking them on this trip.
If she,
Nah, you all should just stay here. Just weather out the storm. It'll probably blow over by morning. I mean, I doubt the brewers are gonna leave.
what is the
Teddy should
What is
take
Amelia's
his goddamn
body
time.
language like right now? Is she like
She's
freaking out
kind of
still?
antsy and she's kind of like looking around, and she definitely seems like she wants to go
Peace,
check on her
GTFO.
grandfather.
Yes, we should sit and wait then.
But yeah, there's absolutely no reason for you to go anywhere. You should just stay right here. Like, it's way
You
too
seem
dangerous to go out in that storm.
Very insistent on
Yeah,
us
what?
staying.
Why don't you, all three of you, give me a... Fuck. I've
roll.
forgotten. The
Yeah,
brain
roll.
doesn't work. It's the roll that starts with P, psychology. I was thinking psychoanalyst or psychoanalysis,
Oh, no.
but I know it's not psychoanalysis.
Well, one in psychoanalysis.
Oh.
Where is my psychology? There it is.
Psycho.
Oh my god, bruh.
Oh, hard success.
Yeah.
I thought that was a 61 for a hot second.
Yeah, with a hard success. Yeah, you could tell she's. You don't know why she's so insistent, but you could definitely tell she's got some ulterior motive.
It is, yeah, overtly obvious that she wants us to
She
stay
wants you
here.
to stay. It's hard to pin down exactly why. You're not entirely sure why, but yeah, she seems to really, really want you to stay here and not take Amelia to go see your grandfather.
Could I have another coffee, please?
Sure, Toots. She kind of starts pouring you. She's got the pot in her hand. She starts.
Damn
pouring
it!
some coffee.
Oh, can I also order a side of fries?
Well, the kitchen's. There's nobody back there. I'd
Do you
have to make
toast?
it.
You could make it. I wouldn't mind
I could make you
waiting.
some toast.
We have nowhere to go, right? We
That's
shouldn't
true.
leave.
What kind of toast you want? You want brown bread? You want rye bread?
That's kind.
Yes.
It's not a yes or no question.
Oh, forgive me. Yes.
She just stands there with her notepad in her hand. The coffee pot's now just sitting on the table. She's got her notepad in her hand and her pencil, and she's staring at you.
Jullian
And
reaches
she's
over,
now starting to
pulls his
wiggle the
coffee out.
pencil around, like swirl it, like come on.
Obnoxiously chewing.
Yeah, just
oh.
loud chewing.
Whole wheat, please.
Whole wheat. She just writes it down on her pad so she doesn't forget it. She's a terrible waitress.
We've never had any of those.
She picks the coffee pot up and goes striding back behind the counter.
So she really doesn't want us to leave. It's weird.
It's
get that?
concerning.
I don't think you guys picked up on it. You look a little like not there with it.
But I really noticed she doesn't want
When
us
you say
to leave.
not there with it, Amelia just like looks at you with like sad eyes.
I'm like, oh, yeah,
No offense.
like her. No, but she really doesn't. Like, it's overtly like she's keeping us here. Doesn't want us to leave.
That's dangerous.
Like it's something. It's raining, but we got here. Didn't we before you crashed into? I mean, you know what happened.
Everybody looks at Amelia.
I'm still looking at you because you crashed into her.
My navigator let me down.
Hey, don't blame her.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
She's the reason we got out of that meteor field.
I'll add Amelia.
No, I think we really should go check on maybe her grandfather's in danger. Honestly, I just want to be rid of her. No offense.
Rid of the waitress.
No, Amelia.
Oh.
I mean, I could be easily rid of the waitress too. I could really use that coffee. I'm gonna have to poop. I'm gonna have to poop before the coffee comes.
You already,
Then I'm
no, she
gonna
already
drink.
poured you the coffee. Like she had the coffee pot when she came back over to the
Yes.
table.
I
So
don't
there's like
really-
a hot steaming cup of coffee sitting right in front of you.
You know, I take it in two hands. I don't really want the toast. I just wanted her to leave. Now I feel obliged to eat it when it comes, though. But we should leave. Soon, like now.
Amelia's like, yeah, we should leave.
She said it was kind of just back the road. Back the way we came, on the right. And we can drive a little slow. And
Marked it
just-
on the map.
Did she? I thought she
No,
looked at your
she
map like
pointed
she
at
looked
She
at
kind of,
Oh.
the waitress kind of
the
pointed
waitress
out
did.
like kind of a vague area of where it was, and Amelia remembers that there's like a road. Like if we start
On the right.
like, I'm sure we could find it.
Yes. We'll drive a little slower. Jullian.
I can't go much slower. Should we check the truck before we leave?
Jake said it was dug in pretty deep in the mud, but didn't really.
You don't imagine he
do
he tried to
No, he
get
didn't.
it out or look. You imagine he reefed that thing to a stop and probably just ran inside here as fast as he
Yeah.
could.
I mean, he jackknifed into the mud. We could. I'm wet enough. Why not? Go look at it. If what he said is what he saw, is our deadlight, there might be. Someone might be dead nearby.
Maybe he hit something. We should look just in case before we go.
Yes, you can use your wonderful medicine skills on them.
You see him get up and start moving to the door, and he stops and he opens up his medical bag and he rummages around in it and he pulls out a flashlight.
I leave the 1920s equivalent of a couple of bucks on the table
Yeah, it's
to cover the
probably-
coffees.
it's probably like 50 cents or something.
Yeah.
Or- As you
Cover the
guys are kind
coffees,
of
the
getting up and
tea.
looking like you're gonna leave, Mary's like, "Where you going? You haven't even finished making your toast yet."
Bathroom.
To the car.
I as well need to defecate.
Amelia just kind of looks like, "Grandpa, we're going to check on my grandpa."
No, you have to pee.
And Mary just kind of like looks at, yeah. Why don't all of you that are lying, give me a lying roll?
Oh, I'm not lying. I said go into the car.
I mean, yeah, you're not lying.
Yep.
Is it deception?
Social.
I
Charm? No.
because persuade is kind of the
Fast talk? Fast talk might be the
Yeah, fast talk's a little.
It specifically says specifically limited to verbal trickery, deception, and misdirection.
Yeah, fast talk's kind of like it's that thing where you just say a bunch of just random stuff to somebody to confuse them and to be able to get them to like agree to whatever you're. So yeah, we're gonna over here. We're gonna do this, and it's like, huh? Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I guess we can go with fast talk.
I don't have a good fast talk. It was just a suggestion.
Yeah, I got.
Oh,
beef.
here's the skill list.
My fast talk is 5.
Damn.
Persuade's like normal persuade, and charm is a bit different.
Yeah, I'm looking at the social tab. Psychology. I intimidate. I'm going to shit.
Yeah, we'll go with fast talk. We'll go with fast talk.
Not a chance. I have 5.
Not a chance.
So Mary's looking at like, Sam, I'm going with him. And Sam's just like, what are you talking about going with? Look, they're taking Amelia back to, they're dragging her all the way back to her grandfather's house. She's obviously worried about her grandfather. And you can kind of, actually, one of the 3 of you give me listen rolls. She kind of like leans in to like say something to Sam. She's not being super quiet about it.
Yeah, baby. Hard success.
Yeah, Warren can hear.
That's success.
And Jullian can also. Yeah, you guys hear her. She's not being super quiet, but she kind of leans in. She's like, these 3 weirdos just show up with Amelia. Amelia looks like an absolute rat. She looks like a drowned rat. And we're just going to let them drag her off, and somebody should go with them. Don't worry. I'll bring protection. And then Sam just like learns, like, oh, fine. Tell that I'm still charging that weird-looking fellow for his toast. He ordered toast, and he did.
I was gonna say I left enough money to cover the toast that I wouldn't eat.
Yeah, he doesn't know that. He just hasn't gone.
Yep.
Winifred's like, oh, if you guys are leaving, can you just knock on the door, see if Teddy's still, see if he's fallen asleep in there again? It wouldn't be the first time.
Okay.
But Teddy, okay.
And then you see Mary. She like throws like she like kind of goes behind the into like the back kitchen area and comes back out, throwing a big coat on around her. And you see her open up the cash register and take something out, slip it into her jacket pocket.
Apparently coming with us.
And yeah,
Do we have room in the car? I have a lot of room.
You can squeeze.
I have a lot of room in the back with my notes.
So how about you sit in the front seat and I'll sit in the back with the ladies?
Oh, okay. Roomy.
Navigator,
Girls' night.
please.
I can
Don't
be a
leave me.
backseat driver. Don't worry.
Tell me about it.
Fuck you.
Spoken like a true woman.
So, so the 2 gentlemen and the 3 ladies step out into the pouring rain. Like, God, it'd be nice if one of you had an umbrella, like that Teddy guy.
Right? I run to the car again.
I have a 10 navigate.
Mary sees
So do
you.
I.
Mary sees you running towards the car and grabs like Amelia like under the arm and like fucking drags her to the car, like basically like hauls ass like with Amelia in tow, and heads for the car with you. The other 2 of you guys do.
Run.
Hop in the front seat.
Yep, 5 of you pile into this
Yep.
car. Close the door. You're all wet. It's just pouring.
Jullian
rain.
cleans his glasses yet again.
A little snug back. It smells weird back here. You smell that, Amelia?
My friend has got an old sandwich in his coat pocket.
Hey now.
Amelia reaches into her pocket and kind of with a confused look pulls a sandwich out and kind of like offers it to Mary.
Hey, I asked you not to eat that.
He isn't.
What? And she like hands it to you.
Oh. No, I'll save it for later. Can you put it back in my pocket, please?
Looks at you very confused and just kind of like slowly puts it back into the wet jacket pocket.
Fortunately, somewhere in that jacket as well is my gun. I have like a fucking holster. I got a Derringer.
She probably finds, if it's just in your jacket pocket, she probably
Oh, yeah,
pulls
it's just
that
in my
out
pocket.
after like she puts the sandwich back. She's like, "What's this?" And she kind of like looks at it, and her like eyes just like, "Grandpa, gun. We need to."
Oh,
we
no,
need to hurry."
that's my gun.
No, but it's
Oh, I'm
the
sorry.
triggering-
It jogged your memory. Forgive me. Yes, if you could return that to the pocket opposite the sandwich. I don't like getting sandwich on my gun.
She seems very confused and just kind of puts it back.
Thank you.
Guess the doc starts the car and you guys head on out.
Yeah.
1920s car sounds.
Yeah, so you guys start heading south, and as you're kind of pulling out of the cafe and that, and it starts to disappear into the darkness behind you. You can tell the storm is way worse than even when you got in here. Like, it is just awful. You can barely see like a few feet in front of the car as you're going down, and Amelia's kind of like, she's doing that thing where she's kind of like propped up, like kind of in between the two of you, on the front seat. Like, she's kind of like leaning over the front seat and kind of like pointing at the windshield. And it's like, it should be around here. It's somewhere here. And I'm going to need, like, it's a mess out here. It's so bad. I'm gonna need an extreme drive auto check from the doctor.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Can I be looking as well, like face to glass, looking for where we're going?
I sure hope he doesn't hit anything.
What could possibly go wrong here?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this guy!
God.
This guy!
Unbelievable.
Fucking, I wonder where you go. How many be Tokyo?
Oh
Drift,
my
drift,
God.
drift.
With almost inhuman reflexes, the doctor manages to kind of just pull a turn, and you can feel the whole car begin to skid on the muddy road. And, you know, just Amelia starts pointing, it's like, it's here, and he just kind of drifts. And the car, everyone's kind of shifted off to the sides of the car, and the car, you can feel the weight shifting, and like the two driver's side tires are kind of coming up and up and up, and they just kind of settle back down. And he kind of starts like weaving his way forward a bit, and as the car kind of comes to a stop before he starts to pull it forward a bit, you kind of look, and there's just this huge patch of mud where part of the road is just completely washed out. There's some big trees like right near the edge of it that you're looking as like, we were almost in that mud and in that tree. You're like, oh, somehow maybe it's even that he just yanked the wheel too soon and should have crashed into the trees before the turnoff, but somehow just maybe by pure luck or pure skill, the doctor just drifted this thing
All in DK now.
and aimed it right up this little dirt path. And you kind of start like kind of peeling up, and you can feel the wheels spinning up as you're kind of trekking up this hill. And this road it's barely a road, it's like a dirt path. And the trees are now kind of just encroaching in on the path itself. Like, it doesn't look like this gets very much traffic in and out, if any at all, really. And you can feel the wheels spinning out below you. And you kind of just wind your way along this thing until eventually you just kind of like start spinning it, and your forward momentum kind of just stops.
We didn't have to trek through all that woods because of your role there.
Yup.
I want you to know that you have burned your weekend's luck in that role.
I know. I like the look on my face. I was just dumbfounded.
Poor Krellin tomorrow.
Yep.
It's okay. He doesn't roll very well, anyways.
Amelia's starting to kind of remember some stuff a bit better now. It's up here. I think. I think we're almost there. Like we could probably just like run the rest of the way. And she kind of starts like she starts reaching across Mary to like jiggle it like the handle to open up the door. You've kind of come as far as this car is going to take you. It's kind of getting stuck in the mud, and you can feel like the doctor probably even gunning it a little bit. You can kind of feel the wheels starting to spin out because you're kind of going uphill up like a dirt road, and it's just so much rain and so much mud, and parts of it are starting to kind of wash out. And you pretty quickly realize that like it'd be almost impossible to get it the rest of the way up there right now. So it's better to not get it completely stuck.
Yeah.
You figure it's like it's probably, but as long as it doesn't get too bad, like you can probably still get the car out of it without having to wait for the rain to stop. But you're
I go to Mary real quick. I'm like, can I have my gun out of that pocket, please?
You mean Amelia?
Excuse me, yes, Amelia.
I ain't got your gun.
No.
Why didn't you eat your toast?
Forgive me. Do you have a piece of gum? Can I have a piece of gum instead?
You can give me like a
very dry.
She kind of squints at you. Give me a persuade or a charm roll.
Social. Neither of those are good in the slightest. I wink. Fuck it, I spend 8 luck.
It's okay, you turn into a success. She's like, you're a really weird guy. You don't seem all that bad. So here you go. She hands you a piece of gum.
Thank you.
You ought to do something. You ought to shave off that weird
me
scraggly beard and cut your hair. Maybe you could even be half decent looking under there.
Maybe.
I like thumb at my beard. I was like, oh, I hadn't noticed it's gotten so long. Then pop the gum in my mouth. And then go to Amelia. Excuse me, can I have my gun out of my pocket, please?
So but at this point though, like Amelia's like outside and she's kind of starting to like trek up the muddy path. You turn to her. You basically like turn to that part of the car to ask her for the gun, and her door's open, and I
start shuffling after her.
She basically climbed over Lexi and like started walking up the hill. She's not very far. She's only gotten probably like 20, 30 feet.
I catch up to her, and then, excuse me, can I have my gun, please?
Huh? Oh yeah. And she just reaches into her pocket and hands you the sandwich.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. You're such a cock.
Miles away.
Other pocket, please.
She's like, oh, and she just gives you the gun too. So now you have a gun and a sandwich. The sandwich is soaked.
Oh.
Please, my sandwich is getting wet. Can you put it back in the sandwich pocket, not the gun pocket?
Give me a luck roll.
Puts it in the wrong fucking pocket.
Well, give me a luck roll. See which pocket it is.
God fucking damn it.
She puts it in the gun pocket.
And fuck up my gun pocket.
Moist.
So, you guys all walking in the rain.
I put my gun in my pocket.
And Mary leaves the car.
Yeah.
She just kind of shrugs and leaves.
Unfortunately.
So, you guys start trucking on up. And you start heading up to Green Apple Acre Cottage. Fucking mouthful. So you continue to follow the muddy trail up the road. Eventually you come to takes you about 5 minutes to hike through your way up the rest of the road. And you come to a, like, one-story, fairly nice cottage. It's pitch black. There's no lights on in the cottage whatsoever. And there is, like, a parking garage, like a separate parking garage kind of building off to the side. And then the main cottage itself.
Where is she heading to?
She's heading to the cottage. You don't imagine she really wants to drive anywhere right now. She's got nowhere to go.
I follow her.
Yep.
I'm gonna roll a thing. We dice to roll a thing.
Oh no.
Yeah, so she's kind of like trudging up, and you see her just kind of trip over something and kind of eat shit. And kind of stumble up the stairs.
My coat. No. She just got my coat off.
She kind of scrambles back to her feet, and she's like, "Grandpa? Grandpa!" And she's like calling out for her grandpa. Like something tripped her up, like, you know, like 5 feet out from the steps going up into the cottage. Like, tripped over something, and then she's kind of just kept going.
I want to instinctively like look back to see if I can see what it was.
Oh, give me spot hidden roll. Imagine all 3 of you could probably make this because you're all kind of clumped up in a nice little group. Oh, Lexi was paying attention. She sees exactly. Yeah, you see a crowbar lying in the sopping wet grass in front of the building.
Oh shit!
You all see
All
it.
of us do.
Lexi
got
sees
a
it
hard
even
bro.
better. Lexi was in the lead. She saw it even better.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you see there's just a big metal crowbar just like lying on the ground. Probably in some mud, in some grass. So it's kind of tough to see in the dark. Just like barely any. Probably the only light really is the Doc's flashlight.
Yeah.
And 1920s flashlight, it ain't.
Oh
It ain't
man,
great.
This ain't no
Um,
eBay a million lumen flashlight.
Yep. You see Jullian kind of stop him. Did you see that? And he goes over and he picks it up. So he's got the flashlight in one hand, bag under his arm, and a crowbar in the other hand. And he's like, "Did you see that?" And he's like kind of like pointing at, gesturing with the flashlight at the crowbar.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah. And you're kind of like looking at it, and since you did a medicine check earlier, pretty good medicine check, you think like, I mean, this could be what
Whacked her in the noodle?
whacked her, like created that
Ooh.
bruise on Amelia's head. I mean, it's about the right size and shape to have done it.
Oh. You
Something
kind
like
of
this,
see him
anyways.
you see him kind of like postulating a little bit. They kind of using the flashlight hand to kind of like use the back of his thumb to kind of like stroke his chin as he's looking at it, and he's looking at her, and she's kind of like, you know how like, the 2 handles for the bag, you got the flat part where the zipper would be, and he kind of like just tucks the crowbar along the top of his bag there, and starts walking back up the path with everybody.
Yeah, so as you guys are kind of stooping to pick this up, Amelia's kind of like barging in. You see the front door of the cottage of this very fancy kind of like New England style cottage. The front door is just kind of flopping around, banging around in the wind and the rain. She just kind of throws it open and walks inside. Grandpa? Grandpa! You can hear, as she enters the house, you can hear like calling out.
I want to get out of the rain. You follow him pretty quick behind her.
Yep.
Yep.
Sure. Sure. So,
If you didn't pick up that crowbar, I was picking it up.
I was going to too.
No.
yeah,
I-
so
Crowbar was
You wanna
not being
hold
left
this?
behind.
Yep. You want to hold this?
I
Oh,
would
you
say...
can hold into it for now. It's dirty.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Doc's got the crowbar. Yeah, so you guys are following right behind her, and you see her kind of like go in, and as she kind of like goes in the front door, you can see that it leads to a hallway that kind of veers off to the left. There's a couple of doors on the right, and then like the hallway like is an L and like goes off to the left. She kind of like pokes her head into the first door on the right, just in off the inside of the thing. She's like, Grandpa? Grandpa? And you see her disappear into the room and then just let out like a scream.
I go running.
Yeah, I follow back as well.
So you guys, so the two of you, what do you do? Are you following
Following.
suit?
Excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just throwing
And then
away
I
a
guess
banana peel.
three of you are all going in. Mary will go with you.
I pull my gun.
Okay.
I'm still
Do you not
brandishing my
have-
flashlight.
Do I have any weapons, Lexi?
Well, I was. No, I don't. But I was gonna say, if you grab your gun, I'm gonna grab the crowbar, just slide it off his bag.
She would probably, at the very least, have like some sort of pocket knife or something like that, or kind of thing. But crowbar's a good solid thing.
Mm.
Lexi's a tough gal. Probably swing a crowbar pretty good. So you guys kind of walk in, and this is the reception room, kind of the front sitting room kind of deal. And you all sort of walk in to see exactly what probably triggered her to start screaming. And that is the aftermath of a... That's a good description. The aftermath of a violent altercation.
That's the wrong window. Uh-oh.
There you go.
Oh dear.
Oh my.
Dear.
Oh dear is right. So, you see two bodies. An old man that is slumped over, who has just this massive wound in his shoulder that's just, and like a big pool of blood underneath of him. And you also see a second man, a younger man. And his face is just twisted in this agonizing look. All of his like arm, like his joints and that are all twisted, almost like a puppet that just got dropped on the floor. Like everything's kind of bent the wrong way, and the entire bottom half of him is gone. And where it was is just kind of left behind like some gray ash. And lying beside him is a shotgun beside the young man, and also you see a sackcloth mask, like a makeshift kind of balaclava kind of deal. And just, yeah, the other one, the old man, got a big hole in his shoulder, blood everywhere.
Dead.
They are very much dead.
Yeah, no, the old man.
Yeah.
The guy in half, I think he's fucking dead, Kevin.
So
Julian. So
Jullian runs over to the old man.
First of all, I would like some sanity
rules.
Yep.
From this.
Here it comes.
Just
wait for it.
This is absolute horrific scene.
Hey,
Oh, close but no
What?
cigar.
I read mine
Nope.
backwards.
Fuck.
This lab tech's seen a bit.
It starts. Lexi, you're going to take 1 point of sanity loss. Your sanity's going to go down by 1. Dr. Jullian and Warren, you are both going to lose 5 points of sanity.
No. No.
Oh, no is right. Oh, and I got to roll a sanity. I already rolled sanity for Amelia. I got to roll it for Mary. Yeah, Mary kind of is the last one. Is like, what are you guys all... oh God! And she just kind of starts screaming and crying too. You see her run over to the young man and is just like, kind of like shaking at him and like crying and just losing her shit. And she
Now-
goes,
I would like to postulate, as a doctor, I have seen a fair bit of trauma.
yes, you probably have this. This probably exceeds that. If it was
That's probably
just
why I'm so skittish now, too, to be fair.
if it was just the old man being shot, There'd be a case for that, but
Guy in half. You're also seeing a second dude with ashes.
yeah, this guy's. There's only half of him left. The rest is like gray ash, and all of his joints and limbs are all twisted and just like almost like he twisted himself apart.
Oh no, Chris, he didn't cure himself of his bonitis.
Oh no!
Not his bonitis.
I forgot about that.
Oh, we talk about it all the time because of Tyler.
So, okay, got a little bit of housekeeping to do now. We'll start with the doc. I need you to give me an intelligence check. You want to fail this check. You really want to fail this check. As your brain
Oh no!
Okay, so the doc suffers a bout of madness. Wait, I have the madness section with all my tables. I haven't bookmarked.
Bones aren't supposed to do that.
He's too busy being a tens guy. Because it can't be the 80s because we're not there yet.
You panic. This ain't what you signed up for. You've seen some horrific things in your time as a medical doctor. Nothing like this. Nothing even remotely like this. And you remember the pile of ashes that could have been, probably was Teddy, that was waiting for you outside the bathroom. That's got this guy too. It could be here. It could be just around the corner. You panic. And you want to just flee. Immediately just run as far away from all of this horrific mess as you can. And Warren, why don't you give me an intelligence check for your sanity? Your 5 points of sanity loss.
I have an extraordinarily high intelligence. This is not good.
Sometimes being stupid is...
Bliss.
Bad.
At least it's not.
It's not extreme. It's not extreme.
Well, that's either way.
It's an understanding. You know.
You kind of start to piece this together in your mind, and you're like, the waitress didn't want us to come up here. It's this Amelia woman, all that. She just happened to be in the middle of the road when you guys were going by. Just like happened to just show up, and you ended up at the cafe and some weird. And there just happened to be a truck pulled out in front of the cafe, blocking the road forward, so you couldn't just keep going. And this doesn't add up. This is a setup. The people here, they're trying to get you. They're trying to set you up. They're
Someone's
like,
found me out.
It's Amelia woman, this married chick. They're no good. They're trying to get you. They set this whole thing up just to get you. Maybe even two people you came up with. This note, you don't remember seeing the professor's handwriting before. That note could have been a fake. The doc and Lexi here, this might have been a whole plot from all these people just to get you up here, get you isolated, get you away from your store, and you become overrun with paranoia, fear, paranoia.
That's what it is. They want my store. They want all my valuable trinkets.
All your secrets, all your knowledge.
Stop my knowledge. Brain, stop it.
Not my knowledge.
No.
That's where I keep all my stuff.
And you're like,
It is where I keep my...
Where's
How did you
he
know
going?
that?
Because you kind of like turn as this like revelation just floods over you. You see the doctor just run.
Hey, where are you going?
And
You're
he's
not going back
he's
to my
just taking
store,
off
are you?
outside, just running as
Hey.
fast as he can.
He's got the keys.
He's leaving. He's leaving us behind. Don't you get it, Lexi? He's leaving us behind. And I start shuffling after the doctor, gun drawn.
Okay. So your two companions have taken off. You want to Amelia is over by the old man, just bawling her eyes off and just kind of shaking. It's dark in here. There's probably just enough light for you to kind of see what's going on in here. There's like some embers from the fireplace that are still going. Nobody's kind of tended to the fire for a minute. A hot minute.
Tending
As
to
the
fire
kids say.
could be a bad thing. It's just going to illuminate everything. My initial thought would be to go and try to comfort Amelia.
Mary also seems to be like also distraught over the young man, and she's like just like scream crying. Like she's ugly crying, and she's like got the torso, she's like propped it up and is like cradling it in her arms, so she's like lifted it up off the ground. It doesn't weigh very much anymore because like 2/3 of it is gone. It's way lighter now. And she's just like kind of ugly crying over this fucking twisted torso. As she is.
That's so disturbing.
Yeah, she's kind of losing it too. Amelia's a rock. She's hanging in there.
But I know Amelia more than I know Mary. And
That's
she
true.
took forever to get me my tea.
Yep.
She brought you coffee, didn't you? Didn't she? Didn't she fuck it up and bring you coffee?
No, she did.
No.
She said 4 coffees, but then she didn't bring the tea.
She actually brought the tea. I
Yeah.
got you.
It's okay. Maybe we should leave this room and get you out of here.
She's just like pawing it like her grandpa. Grandpa. You would also give me a spot hidden. Why don't you? Why don't you? As you kind of like survey this horrible scene.
I'm just gonna find it.
Jesus.
So you see a couple of things of note. You see sort of kind of like maybe like lying beside him, the Dr. Webb's pocket watch chain, like his pocket watch is kind of falling out of his pocket and is just like attached to his chain and everything, and it's just kind of like lying there on the floor. And you see a little key attached to like the end of where like his pocket watch is. It's a small key, not a house key. Maybe something smaller, like for like a desk or something like that.
Yeah.
You also see beside him a strange-looking box. Like it's almost like a coffer kind of thing. It is kind of depicted.
Does it have a little keyhole on it?
No. Just kind of glancing at the box from like it's kind of over beside him, so he may have had it with him when he got shot. I mean, it's pretty clear. I'm not going to make you roll a medicine check. It's pretty clear that the whole and the whole big chunk of shoulder that's missing is probably from that shotgun that's lying on the ground.
Yeah.
But yeah, this strange-looking box, and it's also got this kind of waxy substance smeared all around the, like, where the seam is for the lid. And, like, it's just open, and you can kind of see from here, like, there doesn't seem to be anything in it. This weird, it's almost like a little casket. This strange, fancy metal box. It's not really ornate or anything. You don't see anything written, but it's just kind of
It's a coffin
there.
for her hamster.
It's bigger than that.
Guinea pig.
Even bigger than that.
Oh.
Like a
A
cat.
large rabbit.
Like a cat size.
Lapland bunny?
Yeah, like a cat coffin kind of deal. And yeah, it's just... but it's got like this... Yeah, it's got this really strange, waxy substance that's like all smeared around like both parts of the lid. Like where the lid would meet the rest of the box when you close it.
Mm-hmm.
Very strange.
I
It stands out to you in this horrific scenario.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna reach forward first to grab at the pocket watch and take a look at it. And just
Scoop the key.
observe it, just hold on to it for right now.
Yeah, so, well, it's still attached to him, but, like, if you wanted to get the key off of it, you could kind of just, like, unclip it. Take
Okay,
it.
then I'll take
Amelia's
the key
so
and hold on to
distracted.
that.
Yeah, Amelia's so distracted, she doesn't even notice. And she's kind of, like, shaking the old man, like, Grandpa, Grandpa. She's kind of, like, wake up, Grandpa.
I'm gonna go a little bit closer to the coffer and just, like, touch it, like, smell it, see if they're, like, not, like, right up in it, but...
Just get right up in it.
I'm a lab assistant, so I kind of, like, waft it.
Ah, the old, the old,
Yes.
wave the owner towards you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Reception. Many things in this reception.
Sorry,
Yeah,
what?
so it's an overturned metal coffer. It's 16 inches wide by like 9 inches tall. It's trough shaped. I guess that just means to say that it's long and narrow. Featureless. It's mounted on small clawed metal feet, like almost like little bathtub feet. Yeah, you see the wafting the thing towards you. It is very odd smelling wax. Like there's something kind of very strange. If you want to give me a like a natural world or like a sciencey kind of thing. Some kind of
You have
roll.
science,
I
biology, or
I was
something?
gonna say, I have biology, chemistry, and physics.
Biology'd be fine. Chemistry'd be fine. Natural world.
I'm liking the chemistry so far.
Well, I mean, you can just like roll and then you can kind of just compare it.
Success.
It's one of those things
That's
where
not
like you
chemistry.
make the roll and then you can check and it's like, did that pass this? No, did it pass this one?
Oh,
no,
it's
did it pass this-
it's a very big difference between.
No, but for his aspect,
Ah.
depending
Oh.
on what category.
Yeah, 'cause if I
roll
give
it
you like
at.
a few options, you can always just like roll one of them, and if you notice like, oh wait, well, I had more in one of the other ones, we can just double check the roll versus the other thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've got like 10 natural world and 47 chemistry.
It would, it would
so-
make sense that you'd have chemistry being a lab assistant.
Yep.
You know, it's definitely some kind of wax, but it's strange. It's a good thing of the wax. Like it smells really kind of
There you go, Tiffany. Have fun with the whole investigation. Chris is going to run away, and I'm going to follow him and try and
yeah,
shoot
they're
him.
doing the
Right?
like the Monty Hall or whatever
Benny Hill.
Yes,
Benny Hill.
Benny Hill.
they're doing the whole Benny Hill shtick right now in the woods.
Men. Ugh.
Can't find it. I probably the thing is too is I'm looking for this and I probably don't even have any good information on the wax. But you can tell that it's got some stuff in it, some strange kind of like almost like preservatives and some like weird herbs and like the type of things you wouldn't put into wax. It's not just like pure candle wax or something normal. Like there's a bunch of different like herbs and strange chemicals kind of mixed into this for some strange reason. Seems unusual to you. It kind of reminds you probably of like embalming fluid in a way too, and this little box kind of feels like a coffin or a casket or something like that for the world's smallest man.
Or a baby.
You could probably fit a baby in this thing.
That's disturbing.
Inside appears to be just kind of glancing at it. You see that the inside of this thing seems to be lead lined too. Although it seems to be too big to be an urn or something like that. But you take like a good look inside this thing, or?
Yes, but on just before that, is there some sort of lock on there? Not necessarily the key would work on it, but
no.
Can it lock, or is it just like a flip lid? Anybody can open it anytime.
Yeah, it seems like the only lock that was on this was perhaps the wax. Like maybe the wax was being used as a method to hold this thing shut for some reason. But there's definitely no keyhole on the outside of it.
Okay.
And with the key in your hand too, you're like, yeah, this would go to something small, something like a desk or like a drawer.
Yeah,
somewhere,
no, I was more thinking of
fridge box.
Well, something was like locked inside, and if they like released it, which caused certain events to happen. But a wax seal is a little bit strange. I will look inside the box a little bit closer and...
Let's check. What's Lexi's POW? 45. Yeah, so you kind of like look into this thing, and you do see some flecks of like almost what looks like kind of like gray ash or something like that in the bottom of this thing. Not a whole lot, just like a little bit of like kind of ashy residue at the bottom. And like, so the longer you look at this thing, the more uneasy you begin to feel. You begin to feel like nauseous and kind of physically revolted by just staring at the inside of this empty coffer. Could you give me a sanity?
Dun dun dun.
Uh-oh.
You'll lose 1 point of sanity. And you just kind of, as you stare into this thing, you just start to just feel sick to your stomach.
It gets
I'm
1
close
point
it.
a couple of times.
Yeah, you
5 points.
You kind of just like flip it closed, and you can definitely see now that you've closed it that like the wax all kind of meets up on both sides of the lid. So like, yeah, there definitely was wax smeared all the way around this thing, around the crack of the lid to hold it closed, I guess, maybe? Seems like a weird way to hold a box closed.
Yeah, it very much is. I want to just look around the room. One, to see if there's like a blanket close by or something that I could like cover the bodies with to kind of hopefully calm down the other women. And just see if I can...
There's probably a blanket on... This is like the receiving room, so there's probably like a little throw blanket on like the sofa or something.
Okay, and then, fuck, what was I gonna say?
Yeah. You're like holding the thing up, and you're looking at the bodies, you're looking at the other body, you're looking at the crying girl, and you're looking at the hysterical crying girl. Like, choices. And you start to shiver a little bit because you're cold from like being out in the rain.
I wrap it around my shoulders.
Put this around myself.
That you should not have given her that option. That is the Tiffanyest of options. Keep the blanket, she will.
No, I do want to cover the bodies. Well,
it's only gonna cover one body.
Yeah.
That's weird that you would lie down on top of these bodies, because you would definitely wrap that around yourself.
I'll hold on to the blanket for right now, but as I'm kind of like looking around, I want to see if there's any other anything
Any other blankets?
No, fuck, stop. Anything that kind of sticks out in resemblance to what I saw in or around the box.
No. just pretty much the main things of interest in here seem to be the 2 bodies, shotgun, the box, his key that you happen to spot, you snagged. I mean, you didn't really go rooting through his pockets or through the young man's, what's left of him. He's probably got a jacket pocket that's still attached. Maybe if maybe Mary will keep like rocking back and forth, shaking him hard enough that like something will fall out. Meanwhile, down the road, the doctor's just running. He's just hauling ass. Gotta go, gotta get away. And he probably looks back and sees Warren just like taking off, like chasing him. Chasing after him with a gun in his hand.
Yeah. Hey, where are you going?
No, it's not supposed to be like this. It's not supposed to be like this.
Does that mean I've uncovered your plot to steal all my things? And it wasn't supposed to be like this? I know. I found you out, Jullian. Doctor.
You guys both have the same decks. So Julian's gonna, he's like running, taking off. He's probably running in the direction of the car. He's probably like fumbling keys out of his pocket or something like that.
As I was leaving, Lexi said, "He's got the keys." So I'm like, "Oh, he's got the keys. He can get back to my shop." So I'm beating feet trying to catch him.
You don't think that you're going to? What's your move? Your move is 9. His move is 7. Okay, 7. Maybe you could catch him. But you're not sure if you could catch him in time because he had a good head start ahead of you.
Yeah.
You're gaining on him, but it's treacherous out here. It's real bad. You got that gun in your hand. Like do anything about that, or is that just there to scare him and you're chasing him down until you get to the car?
Well, how much did I lose? I lost 5 of my 60. It's a pretty big. I think it's posturing at this point. I don't think he's.
Yeah, you're not
insane enough to take a shot.
Trying to get gun him down. It's just kind of there in case.
It could turn to that, but right now it's like a posturing of hey, stop! I've uncovered your plot. You can't outrun it.
You guys continue to run all the way back, pretty much to the car, and you guys are tripping, sliding in the mud, tripping over things, stumbling the whole way, and Jullian, you kind of get to the car, fumbling the keys out of your pocket as you see it, kind of as you're rounding the bend, and then it's the fear, the panic kind of starts to subside as you sort of reach the car. And you just, find yourself, standing there, just outside, at the driver's door, key in hand, why am I out here? Running for the car, what's... And you're just kind of confused, and you hear smack, 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 smack. And you see Warren just kind of come flying in, and kind of come stumbling up to you with a gun in his hand, and a crazed look in his eyes.
Stop! I level my gun.
What are you doing?
I raise it.
And then you.
What are you doing?
I panicked. I fled. Bodies aren't supposed to do that. All my years, bodies don't do that. Gunshot wound. That's okay. The body's twisted, half ash. Teddy ash.
You weren't after my...
His fingers are now somewhat clean from all, other than the mud and stuff, the new fresh mud. But he holds up the 2 fingers and his thumb to you like he was doing earlier with Teddy's ashes on his finger. The ashes. His lower body. It was ashes. They looked like the ashes I found from Teddy.
I lick my lips instinctively because I didn't taste it.
Because you didn't taste the ashes. But yeah, you looking at him, and you find yourself starting to believe him, and you find yourself kind of calming down. Maybe it's just like you're out of
weren't
breath
out for
from
my
running.
things. You're not out to get me.
I don't need your things. I wish you no ill will.
You gonna eat that?
No?
Okay, good. Let's go back. I think it would be a really bad idea. As long as you're not out for my things. We left Lexi back there. I'm sure she's completely
Lexi.
fine.
Let's get our story straight. We needed to get something from the car.
We're not a pussy.
Totally what we were doing, guys. We just had to go get something from the car.
He was worried part of the sandwich was in the car.
I heard a sound outside. I thought it might have been further intruders, so I went out to bravely hunt them down. I was chasing the goddamn doctor.
Yeah, so you guys kind of collect yourselves, and maybe you give yourselves a little shake hands, a little pat on the shoulders, like, ha, his ass. Ah, what a weird night. Ah, we're good friends. Good friends. Just running through the woods, chasing each other with guns. That was fun.
What friends
This
do?
is
Guys
a
will be
weird
guys.
story we'll have to tell later on. We'll always remember this one. We'll have to tell it to ourselves again in 10 years when we're both perfectly alive and sane.
Yes.
What a weird thing to say. Why did you say that? Let's go back.
So yeah, you guys kind of start walking back towards it, and all of a sudden you hear that same smack, 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 and you guys kind of both turn to look, and this huge hoss of a boy just comes barreling out of the woods towards you.
Son of a boy.
He's probably like 19, 20 years old, but he's huge.
I can picture. You say hoss of a boy, and I can picture.
Oh
a
yeah,
big old boy.
He's a big old boy.
Big old good boy. Yep.
Might have been touched a little bit by the tisms.
Yeah, he's built like an ox. Massive, muscular. Like this guy was the whole football team. And he just kind of like out of breath, and he's like, "Oh, help, help!" And he kind of like almost like throws himself like at you guys, like, "Help, help! I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to do it. Clem." And he's like sobbing and just like babbling.
What is with this area? What is going on? Who the hell are you? What's a Clem?
What's Clem?
It got Clem.
What got Clem?
It was like a light. It was some kind of light. I don't know.
My
And
eyes
he's like,
just go fucking big.
and he's fucking just sobbing and just like breaking down.
Look directly at Doc. More light.
And he's like crying like a child. Clem said we're just gonna take a few things. He's rich. The doctor's rich. He's not gonna miss it. He said it was gonna be easy job. We scare him with the gun. We didn't mean to. He's just bawling.
Wait,
just
was that
blubbering.
you? Was that you inside this cottage?
Yeah, and like you guys are kind of, he kind of gets up and he's kind of standing like in front of you guys, and he's like the size of both of you, like him, like his shoulder width is like the two of you standing side by side. Like he is so big, and like as he's kind of like blubbering and that, like it starts getting a bit brighter out, and like you can see sort of the area behind him is now. It's pretty well lit by this like bluish light, and it's kind of just getting brighter and brighter from him behind him, and then all of a sudden
backing up.
His eyes just kind of go wide and he jerks, like he kind of thrusts his torso forward and the light just kind of disappears, and he just like looks at you with like fear and like tears in his eyes, and all of a sudden, like, his lower extremities and his torso begins to, like, glow from, like, the inside. Like he's got a whole bunch of lights inside of him or something.
Oh no.
And all of a sudden, light starts to pour out of his eyes, out of his mouth, and you watch the skin start to bubble and pop and slough off and just kind of dissolve as he seems to be being just melted and burnt alive from the inside out. And I would like sanity rolls.
I was saying, there goes the sanity rolls again.
I knew it. Oh, please. If I pass.
Oh,
if I fail,
no.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Yeah. No.
Oh.
No.
Oh, no.
That's bad, right?
You are going to
I
take some...
saw the 2 zeros, and I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, here comes the extreme... Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, so the doc, you're fine. You're going to take 1 point of sanity loss, as... You know what? You're getting kind of used to people dissolving into ash by light. Like, I'm starting to... I'm getting a handle on this. Warren, though.
Oh, it's bad.
Oh, it's a D4 plus 1, but it's maxed because it's a fumble. So you're gonna automatically take the 5 points of sanity loss.
Yep.
And you're gonna have to roll me another intelligence check.
Yep.
Oh, I also
buddy.
forgot.
Oh, okay. I actually failed it. Unless, do I take a penalty die or something?
No, I'm not gonna. But no, what I did forget is for the 2 of you, when you went insane the first time, you also both gain 5 Cthulhu Mythos points.
Oh.
For going insane.
Gain a little bit of understand. I didn't mean to roll that.
27 out of 0.
I think you failed.
Yeah, so you guys both get 5 points in Cthulhu Mythos for your bouts of madness earlier. And Warren he kind of just starts babbling, and he freezes up. Julian's kind of fight or flight instinct starts kind of kicking in, probably.
God damn it.
And you see that Warren's, he's kind of hesitating. He's like kind of frozen in place, staring at this, and he's just babbling.
Warren, come on! And he kind of tugs out his sleeve, out of the rain, and he's like kind of like tugging him towards the house.
I'm guessing you're running.
Yeah.
Just now booking it full speed in the other direction.
Yep.
Do I have the faculties to run?
If the doctor's dragging you along, he can kind of get you running. Do
I gain further Cthulhu Mythos for further insanity here?
No, if you had gone insane again, yes, you would have gotten another point.
Okay, so I'm still at 5, okay.
But your intelligence check saved you from the actual...
Yup, I actually failed it.
But yeah, it's like not even like faculties as much as like as the doctor's dragging you, your feet kind of almost start to just go on their own. They kind of remember by themselves what running is, and the 2 of you just start booking it for the cabin. As you're kind of like glancing back and seeing like just light dissolve this young boy.
Does the light go somewhere?
Do you want to stick around and find out?
No.
Okay. Then you're not sure. You kind of like weave through some trees and that before you really see what happens when all of it goes. And you guys start heading back. Lexi, what do you want to do?
I think I'm gonna take the blanket and cover the half dude and just be like, just let her hold him like that.
We cut back to her with the blanket like in her hands and just like looking back and forth between her options.
Missed opportunity. They use that she takes it off of her own shoulders and then puts it on the...
No. And then from there, I'm just gonna start walking back towards the the door, like, just like opening other doors in the process, just to kind of peek in, see what the rooms are.
Sure. Copies. I can't. Hoping I could, I had a better image of the, because the old Deadlight version has like completely different handouts, and some of them are better, some of them are not. The one of these guys in the living room's a little more clear. I don't know why the new one they're so like faded and blurry. Kind of a weird choice. Anywho, so you're gonna go explore. That sounds fun. Get my map of the cottage out. That one doesn't have things. Let me get a different map out. So as you step out of the reception room, there's only the one door in or out of here. That puts you back into the main hallway with the front door like right beside you. From here, you can see that the hallway where it turned, you can see down that hallway, and there's a bunch of doors. 2 doors on the left, 2 on the right, and 1 door at the very end of the hallway. There is also a door right behind you. We'll say that one's open, and you kind of poke your head in there, and it seems to lead to like a kitchen and dining room, which would be like essentially right beside the reception room. And it looks like a nice kitchen dining room. Nothing too special.
Can I try and find a light switch?
Sure.
I definitely do not want the light switch on in the reception area where the dead bodies are, but...
Yep, there's probably one out in the hallway here, and you go to flick it, and nothing happens. Flick it a few times. You flick it a whole bunch of times. Nothing happens.
It's not working.
It's also probably pretty dark in this hallway. I would imagine you've got a lighter for your smoking, because it's the 1920s and everybody's got cigarettes. You can kind of light your way with a lighter. It's not very good, but
I have to stop every once in a while so I don't get burnt. I'll go to the first door on the left then.
Okay, so yeah, you head down the hallway. And this leads you to a room. You kind of push it open, and there's a bedroom. The bed. And probably you probably see like some ladies' clothes, some women's clothes kind of just scattered about. You would imagine this is probably Amelia's room.
Yep, that's what I was thinking too.
There's another door. There's a door leading from her bedroom here, north, into another room or something. Possibly to that same room that the other door on the left led to. So whatever's connected beside her room, there's a door from her bedroom into it as well. It's got 2 doors.
Okay, I'll leave her room and go to the door on the right across the hall.
You go into this room, and you step into a pretty big study.
That seems like a good place to look around. I would like to walk around the room, scan the area, and keeping my eyes open for something that could potentially take a key.
Start of the doctor's study. Yeah, so you see in here, there's like probably a big desk and everything, and there's just scattered about this place. You see personal letters and doctor's records. There's like out-of-date books on medicine. You got a small library, basically on one wall of natural history, of New England books and stuff like that, and there's also a whole bunch of, has the real word? Lepidoptera. Or no, Lepidoptera. Basically, like, bugs pinned into display cases. There's, like, lots of those all over the place. Different butterflies and different bugs in glass-fronted frames hung on the walls.
I admire them as I walk past.
Ooh, bugs. And then you see, just kind of glancing around the room, you do see that there is a pretty sturdy-looking bureau with a lock, like a keyhole in front of it.
I look at the key and look around and listen to see if I can tell that they're still in the other room, and I will try the key.
Give me a listen roll. I can delete. I delete Billy's picture.
No, Billy.
Don't need Billy's picture.
I didn't mean to do it.
Yeah, you.
I will.
I was gonna say the window. One of the windows in the study is probably cracked open a bit, and all you can hear is the storm raging outside over. You can probably hear a bit of Mary still like screaming and wailing, but imagine
knowing that how they were when they were in there, I'm just gonna be like, you know what, that's fine, and I'm gonna try the key then.
Sure, it fits. Click, opens up.
Open the door.
So when you open it up, you find a whole bunch of stuff. You find about $600 in cash. You find an account book for Arkham First National Bank, and you just kind of like poking at it and just kind of like lifting the cover a little bit and peeking. Looks like it's got a balance of about $19,000. You see a pot, like a small container of like a funny smelling wax ointment that seems very similar to the stuff that you found on that weird box. As you kind of like also like sort through, there's just lots of papers, legal papers, there's certificates in here, and kind of buried under a pile of stuff you find a leather-bound journal.
First I want to look at the pot to see if it like has any markings or descriptions of what it might be.
Nope. Completely unlabeled.
Okay. I will then take the journal and start thumbing through that.
You give it a skim?
Yeah.
Gonna give it a skim on it. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to that now. Because you skimming it is probably going to take the rest of the time. It's going to take these boys to hoof it back to the house. I will say, too, you were pretty sure, because you did a pretty good investigation of that wax on the box and kind of with your chemical roll, or your chemistry roll, that, yeah, you're pretty sure that this is the same wax. But this is, like, fresh, unused version of it in this little jar. This pot. This book, as you kind of flip through it, a lot of the first chunk of it is just blank. And there's, it seems to be there's a few pages torn out at the back. But before that, there is, kind of a whole bunch of stuff. I am actually going to put these into... I can actually put these into your... Move the campaign notes. Yes. Campaign notes. Before I start reading them. There are campaign notes. There. So yeah. The useful is unorthodox resident. I can see you highlighting it. It's ratting you out. You're highlighting it and it says your name over top of the thing.
That is so fucking weird.
I can see you. The useful if unorthodox resident of the casket, our Sin Eater, is as far as I can ascertain no creature currently known to science. Where it came from and when, I do not know, nor did my predecessor from whom I inherited. Though it is undoubtedly many centuries old, if not more, its uses have been many over the years, although it has been predominantly employed to rid certain socially conscious families of unwanted offspring, be they the result of centuries of inbreeding, unfortunate accidents, or other unwholesome activities. The legality of the creature's use is debatable. Its efficacy is, even in such cases where death by other means proved intractable. My conscience in this matter, and that of those who came before me, is clear, for many of the children would never have survived regardless, given their deformities or other less obvious abnormalities. As for the rest, the Lord does not suffer such blasphemies. On the next page. As in all things, safety first. Should the Sin Eater ever escape its confines, then the only way to recall it is to provide it with a suitably prepared patient, such that it becomes satiated and lethargic and willingly returns to its coffin. Inscribe the spiral mark in blood, preferably the patient's, but not essential, on the patient's forehead. The patient does not need to be a child, but it must be human and naturally alive at the point of contact. Experiments with animals and corpses carried out by my antecedents were apparently most unsatisfactory. If the patient is conscious, then they will need to be suitably restrained. Once all preparations are complete, perform the recitation as phonetically transcribed below and permit the Sin Eater to perform its duties, after which it will return to its casket. Once it is within, close the lid and seal it immediately with a liberal application of the aromatic wax. On the next page, you see a bunch of strange words. Ia hejma keshmene sak mizef kaise wenza nakan wetijni sejnaim. I was taught the Sin Eater can be summoned and directed to seek out a person at some distance if the correct phraseology is used, this being subtly different to the procedure previously noted, requiring modification of the symbol and pattern and phrasing. I detail this below, but warn, and the rest is missing. And the next couple of pages are also missing. And then, as you kind of flip through, you find another page with a bunch of ink stains kind of all over it. Looks like maybe a bunch of ink got spilled on the pages that were torn out, and this one just kind of barely managed to survive. And it has a bunch of dates that kind of ascend with a single initial before them, and then some sort of, just like a number, like some sort of total sum or something. Oh. Or reading. Wow. As you kind of read this, skim over this book, first of all, you're going to gain a Cthulhu mythos. I'd like you to give me a sanity roll.
Oh my god.
You know what? I'm not even going to take the 1 point away that I was going to. Extreme success, I'll let you keep that.
Yay!
Jesus.
And you essentially learn a spell.
Oh no.
A spell of, what is kind of functionally a spell.
If I understood it correctly, it's like a summoning thing, or is it something to like kind of lock it back inside?
It's basically the gist of it you kind of take is that this thing they call the Sin Eater was basically used to abort things.
Yeah, I gathered that part.
Not just from the notes and what you gathered from it too. It's not just like late second or third trimester kind of questionable ones. It's more like also maybe
been 4 years.
Maybe like the 18th trimester we're gonna abort this thing.
Like the kid outside that was chasing him down.
Well, he wasn't really a kid. He kind of acted like a kid. He was like early 20s. He was a young man. He was just very childlike.
So it's like that. How many weeks postpartum? Like.
But yeah, it seems like there's a lot of. Sounds like there's a lot of strange births and weird abnormality shit that people kind of want to do away with. And this thing does a good job of that.
South Park did it. Cartman's mom tries to get an abortion and sleeps her way up through various political figures until she sleeps with Bill Clinton. He's like, okay, I'll do it. I'll legalize like 40th trimester abortions or something like that. And she's like, oh, abortion? No, I meant the other thing. What's the other A word? Oh, adoption. Fucking stupid.
Oh my.
But yeah, so this thing seems to detail that you can essentially mark a target for the Sin Eater by like smearing some blood in a spiral pattern on the target's forehead. I think that's what the weird circle and square symbol's supposed to be, but that's not a spiral. It is very much said to be a spiral. I don't know what that thing, the coffee stain looking thing on the other note's supposed to be then.
It's a round cup followed by a square cup.
Yeah. But yeah, you put a spiral pattern on the forehead of a thing you want that Sin Eater to go for, and then basically chant the words of that strange chant that's written in the book. You just gotta keep chanting that while it's doing its thing, and then it'll get sleepy. And it'll be like, that was a good dinner. I'm tuckered out. And he'll go back into his box, and then you slam the lid shut and smear some of that wax around it. He's all sealed up and ready to go.
December in 2024, and Kevin's over there reading Cthulhu Mythos fucking incantations alone in his apartment. Better sleep with the light on tonight, man. Fucking boogeyman's coming.
Fine.
The bagman's coming.
Not the bag man.
Still gotta get coke with the bag, man. I need him to like poke his head into that fucking. Oh, you know what? I gotta let it slip that there's casks of wine in that.
Hey, you fuck off. There are casks of wine in there. You leave my wine alone.
All I need is him to just stick his head in there and see somebody see something in there looking back at him, drinking one of the casks of wine.
We all float in here, Jack.
Alright, I'm gonna hold on to the...
Yeah, so you finish reading this, and you hear, hurried footsteps kind of just go bursting in through the front door. Because it sounds like a couple of people just run up on this place.
I hold onto the book and walk out of the room, back into the hallway, holding the crowbar, just to be safe.
And you see the exhausted forms of the Doc and Warren. They're like inside the front hallway. They're just like hyperventilating, like they just ran a marathon.
Oh god!
Oh, what outside?
There's so much running.
Oh god, need to pee. All that coffee.
I haven't quite found the bathroom yet, but these two rooms are not it.
Oh. Bother. Please. Where?
Although I didn't check through the kitchen, it could be in there as well, like on the other side. Since Jullian needs to use the bathroom, I'm going to go to Warren and be like, I think I found out some information. Take a look at this, and I show him the book.
If Jullian's headed to the bathroom. Yeah, you would find a bathroom, basically just at the end of the hall, like last door at the very end of the hall. So it opens up into the water closet. There's a bathtub and a toilet and whatnot.
Nice.
A window looking outside. The rain.
He like hurriedly goes in and relieves himself because his first pee that he had this evening was very unsatisfying.
Want to give me a spot hidden. Make it a hard spot hidden while you're peeing. You're kind of like glancing out the bathroom window there.
Wicked hard.
I thought you were gonna tell him to do a luck roll. See if
No,
he on himself.
he probably already pissed himself.
Nice.
Hard.
Yeah. So you, as you're kind of peeing, you're like looking out over the like outside, and you see like Boy, you don't really see much of anything.
What is?
Except for the occasional, like, crack of lightning. You see...
Hold on.
Bluish light out in the trees.
25 under 32?
It's because if you right-click on the things, you can specifically roll hard extremes, like if I call for them.
Luke wasn't quite on his mic at that point in time to hear that, probably.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if you right-click on any of the stats, it'll bring up the thing to add and subtract bonus die and roll specifically a hard or extreme. So the 32 is what he would need to succeed on a hard, because his spot hidden is probably 64.
That's cool.
Oh, okay. So when I rolled, it said 1d100 normal, and his says 1d100 hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I think when he made that crit or whatever, like he rolled it as like that I asked for an extreme, it was like 1 out of 5.
Yeah.
Because of
that makes sense.
Yeah, and how the hell I got that is that should have been, that's next to impossible.
Yeah, it's a 1 out of 100 chance.
I did it with a 10.
I got at least 1 crit on you guys the last time we played them. Nobody's crit failed yet, though. We gotta wait for that crit fail. Oh no, wait, Warren did.
Fumbled.
No, that's right. Luke found the other.
I got
end
a
of the
big
crit.
ol' hundo. Big ol' hundo.
He found the D&D D100 crit, but not the Call of Cthulhu one. Oh, I also should have been telling you guys to check off your skills. You can always go back and sort that out later. Because if any of these characters survive, you could check them off and try to upgrade them and maybe use them again in a different thing.
There you go.
But yeah, so you see, as you're kind of peeing, you kind of see off in the distance, sort of like this blue light, like specks of blue light kind of creeping in around the trees, like off back down the road where you kind of ran from. Because the washroom is north facing, so it's basically facing the road. And you kind of see off in the distance, like little bits of blue light kind of flitting amongst the trees.
Like now he's trying to like force the pee out even faster. He like finishes up and shakes it off. And lights, dead lights, dead lights, dead lights out to the north, dead lights to the north.
While the two of you are outside, you just hear the doctors panicking about something out.
So he goes running down the hall looking for you guys.
We're just standing there. I had given Warren the book to look at and read, so he could learn what I learned.
No time for books. The dead lights. It's outside. I saw it amongst the trees to the north.
Oh, raspberries. What the hell do we do?
That man, that hulking boy died for the blue lights.
I don't want to be next.
Could that be the Sin Eater?
I mean,
what's a Sin Eater?
Well, let me get you up to speed here. You see, according to, I guess, this book, there's a creature that was used to, was summoned to get rid of unwanted people, from babies, abortions, children, neighbors, annoying salesmen, anything. And does the book say that it was kind of, I'm surmising that it was in that box downstairs, and that somehow the wax has been broken.
Well, yeah, it sounds like, because he mentions at the very beginning of it that it lives in like a casket thing, and Lexi would probably be able to kind of put 2 and 2 together and be like, you know what?
Yeah.
And especially because it said to put the wax around it when you're done. And it's like, yeah, you imagine that thing sitting by the old man is the casket.
As you're talking, I'm going to run back to grab the casket and bring it back.
As you kind of enter the reception room, you can see the scene inside the reception room has changed a little bit. Amelia's kind of like back towards the fireplace with her hands up, and Mary is still kind of in hysterics, and instead of cradling her the
I should have
half
taken
man,
the gun.
she's got the fucking shotgun.
Shotgun?
I
Shotgun that was
forgot
on
about
the
the
floor.
gun.
From the floor, yeah.
Yeah, she's got the
that I was
shotgun.
gonna pick up.
And
After
she's
that,
pointing
got
at
it.
Amelia.
Shotgun
And
from the cash register.
No. As Lexi comes sprinting into the room, she starts pointing the shotgun at Lexi, and then points it back at Amelia, and then points it at Lexi, and she's pointing it back and forth between the two of you, and she's just wild-eyed and crazy.
I mean no harm. Please.
Put down the gun. It's okay.
Oh, the doctor shot. I just pointing the gun at the doctor now too.
We're not gonna hurt you.
Going on.
Wait.
Just
Stop.
The light.
wait. Did you said it's the waitress that's doing this, right?
Yep.
Wait, look, the lights to the north. We have to find the lights to stop it from killing anybody else.
I don't know what you're talking about. You did
Mary.
this. And she points the gun again at Amelia's. This stupid rich bitch. Her and her grandfather. They did this to Clem.
No, it was. What was that guy's name again? Tommy?
Oh, Billy? Oh, you didn't.
Billy.
You didn't get his name. You didn't ask.
Oh, I just thought I
I
remembered.
just said Billy.
Yeah.
when I
Told us
when I deleted
It
it.
was the kid outside.
Billy.
It was-
Oh,
it was-
Billy.
He
Boy
did this to
outside.
him. You
Big-
you roll in. You talked about Ash. Actually, no, she wouldn't have overheard you talking about Teddy.
Yeah.
Would she? Retroactive.
No, I burst in the room talking about Teddy. Back into the cafe talking about
I'm gonna
Teddy.
give her a retroactive listen roll to see how much she was paying attention when you kind of came bursting back in. Oh, it's extreme success. Yeah, you were talking about Ashes and Teddy and there's Ash, and she's kind of looks down and kind of cuts off her own sentence and kind of starts crying a little bit again. She's like, you did this. You're with her and you're responsible for this. And she's just cocks the shotgun and fucking see a shell casing or whatever just come flying out of it.
Yep,
I don't know if
smack
I got
one the
enough for
duck
all
shoulder.
of you, but I got enough for some of you.
Wait,
Could
Could
listen.
I overhear this hysteria coming from down the hallway? 'Cause I haven't.
I
Fiddle
would
my way out
imagine
yet.
even just stepping out of the room, nobody's whispering or trying to hide this.
Can I try and sneak down the hallway, gun drawn?
I mean, you could.
I'm not gonna pass, but it's what I think he would potentially be doing here. Hearing that she's got a gun down there. I have a gun. Everyone else has left the room but me.
Just for shits and giggles, I'll throw the actual map of the cottage up.
I zoomed in way too far.
Huh?
The hell was I?
You were in the study.
Study.
With a candlestick.
Yeah, there's not a lot of sneaking room if she's
Yeah,
probably
I would
in
say
the middle of the room or something
I would
like
say
that.
both Lexi and the doctor are probably in the doorway, and Amelia's a little bit in front of them. Where's the color? Color cottage.
Could I sneak two behind them then, kind of outside the room?
Oh yeah. Give me stealth. roll.
I'm not gonna pass the roll.
I mean, I'll
but-
give it to you with a bonus die.
Okay, so I'm just gonna roll it again, and it's
Yeah, you can just roll it again.
something 4.
34.
34. My stealth is 20, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend fucking 14 luck.
Okay. Yeah. You managed to kind of sneak on over. You're kind of right beside. I would say the doctor's probably in the actual doorway itself.
I'm gonna tap him on if I'm kind of crouched over, walking a little
Yeah,
bit.
you're
can I
probably
tap him
at
on
the door to the
arm?
kitchen.
Door to the kitchen. Where's the kitchen?
Right beside it.
all the fun shenanigans right now are going on in the reception room, which is like the bottom left.
Yeah. And I'm coming.
She's basically standing. She's standing over Clem's body. She basically got her back to like the bottom window.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just had my studies mixed up. I was coming at it from Amelia's study when it was.
Yeah. No, you're
his study. Yeah.
Yeah, the big room in the middle.
I got my studies. So kind of tap, I guess, Doc Jullian on the arm, kind of shoulder, and kind of maybe try and whisper, behind you, I have a gun.
What?
He's also still, the paranoia has kind of subsided and whatnot, but he's seen some shit here for his mind to be just a little goofy. He's heard that that this woman has a gun in the other room and has cocked it.
You can see the doctor's probably got his hands up too, standing in the door. He's probably got his hands up in the "I have a gun pointed at me" position.
Yes, stereotypical. There's an American at me.
Ooh, leave Coke out of this.
But yeah, you can kind of hear that she's freaking out. Why don't you? You're out in the hallway. Why don't you give me a listen? Beast.
My listen is decent. Odd success.
That's pretty good. You can hear kind of like a sizzling sound, or it's kind of, it reminds you of like steaks on a grill or something like that.
Does it sound like fucking Billy outside cooking?
Not dissimilar, but definitely not the same. It's like maybe if Billy was made out of like, I don't know, like wood and siding and stuff like that. And it's definitely coming up. It's definitely coming from like somewhere to the north.
Towards this.
Like,
okay. North
kind of,
of,
it's kind of coming from like where the washroom was at the end of the hall there.
Yeah. I burst into the room. Duck for cover. The light is coming from the north.
Everybody down!
She's gonna panic.
Get to the chopper!
She's gonna panic fire at you with her shotgun.
Oh no!
Because you just kind of burst in through everybody, and you just startle the crazed girl with the shotgun.
What do I dodge? I'm gonna dodge. I
Yeah.
don't remember what it does, but I'm gonna dodge.
Let me check. I gotta check what her firearm.
Can you
'Cause
dodge
I'm gonna
against
dodge,
firearms?
too.
I don't know if you can dodge
You
against
can
firearms.
do a what's it called? Like a dodge for cover, like dive for cover.
Yeah.
Which is kind of what he's doing, because he's trying to like knock us
There's a
down.
difference between dodging against a firearm versus like a melee attack.
That makes sense.
I don't off the top
She
of my
does
head, I
not
don't
have
know
anything
what the-
extra. I think, if I remember correctly, rifles and that are I think the base is 25? Let me look.
Yeah, my rifle combat is 25, and I didn't put anything in it.
She has a shotgun. Oh, let me look what the shotgun is.
Full shotgun 25.
Just let me look at what kind, because there's a lot of shotguns in here.
Yeah.
Didn't really plan on the shotgun coming into play in this direction. I should. You know what? Things are getting tense. We're putting this into combat mode. We're gonna put the pocket bard into combat mode. Things are getting a little tense. Discarded. Return coffer. In this chunk of text somewhere. Climbs to his jaw. Yeah. His jawbone and many of his joints have been self-dislocated in the throes of violent convulsions. And he lies like a discarded and broken marionette on the floor. Here's the description I was looking for earlier. That is what Clem looks like. The crude sack mask, 20 gauge shotgun. There we go. And she would have a 25. Literally just had shotguns.
This is basically birdshot. That's not cool. That's not really that lethal unless you're at really close range, which she is.
Everything is lethal against Warren.
Okay, so
Just saying, in real life.
what would she need for an extreme would be 5. So she rolled a hard success. FYI. So if you're doing a dodge for cover, I believe that still counts.
Is it just a dodge roll? Or is it like a dex?
It's definitely a dexterity thing. I believe it was dodge. Oh my god, there's so many Patreon backers or Kickstarter backers. Like the whole where the index would be is just nothing but like Kickstarter backers. That's not helpful. Dodge skill. Dodge. 63, 103, 6. Because yeah, that's the thing. We've never really used the dodge for cover thing too much. Fist fights. I don't need examples. I need firearms. Thank you. Diving for cover. Target that is aware of being fired upon may react by diving for cover. That may mean jumping blah 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 blah. Diving for cover requires dodge roll.
There you go.
Okay, so yeah, so if you successfully do this, she will get a penalty die on her shot to hit you, which you would probably very, very much want her to have.
Hit the dodge.
So you just need to make a.
Oh my! Nope. Nope.
Ouch.
2d6 damage from the shotgun.
Is that a critical fail? Because
No.
I don't have a 50 in the skill?
No,
Or is
a
that for it to
fumble.
be 95?
It's like 95 or 96 to fumble.
Yeah.
It'll say fumble on the thing if you fumble.
Yeah, I imagine the builder's pretty good.
Because I've seen a fumble show up already from something, so I'm not worried about that. But it is also doesn't go as low as 93 for a fumble. It's in like the mid to high 90s. Still, it's like 95 or 96.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so she is gonna just just turn and fire from the hip and gets you for 6 damage.
No, that's a major wound.
That is gonna be a major wounds. I believe you need to roll a Constitution check, I believe.
Con. I get that. Hard. Wicked hard.
I got you hard?
That got you.
Yeah. Can I spend 3 points to make that extreme?
Don't think it'll matter.
I don't think it'll matter.
I think as long as you've
I
passed.
don't know what the effects are in that regard.
Major wound. Too much art. It's hard to find the stuff that I need. Oh, it's all pretty art, and I enjoy it. There's just so much of it.
But go away.
Because it says the nitty gritty parts of the thing are the only things I can't remember off the top of my head.
I'm gonna click the major wound box.
Yeah, so tick the box. You immediately fall prone, which is fine. You were prone anyways, essentially. Make a successful con roll to avoid falling unconscious. So you do not fall unconscious. So yeah, if your HP falls to 0 while that box is ticked, you will count as dying. So yeah. So nothing else happens to you. You're just very badly hurt. There's just peppered you. You're just bleeding all over you.
My inside.
And she just
It's coming out.
You see Mary's just like looking even wilder. And she's like, Don't move. And she's like cocks the shotgun and the shell casing goes flying out of it. I'll do it. See? And she's like panicking and like hysterical. Like you could tell she's just crazed at this point. The three of you are just kind of looking at each other.
Are we in initiative?
Sure, we could go to Dex. This is probably not a terrible idea. Things are getting a little hairy.
I got a gun out. That's a huge bone.
And there's something eating the wall up north.
Yep. There's a huge bonus to initiative for having a gun out. Is it 50 point? In this, I don't remember.
I don't think you get a bonus. I think it's... Oh, no, that's only if you, like, use an action to ready your gun. Like, you won't... Like, you basically lose an action from diving for cover. Like, because that...
Yeah.
That basically penalizes you, like, on your next turn somewhat. Which is... But it's, like, the best defense against firearms, essentially. Other than not getting hit. Mary's dad. Oh, you know what? I'm just... Man. What are your guys' dex scores?
40? No.
55?
60.
So oh, that's right. The two of you are 60.
60.
And she's 55. Yeah. I think I already had that. 60 and 60 for the Doc and Warren. 55 for Lexi. Mary has a 70.
Oof.
Amelia.
Damn youth!
Amelia has 70. And, question mark has, an 80. So that happens. I'll say Mary's gonna kind of take the initiative over Amelia. And she's, with the gun trained on you guys, she's like backing up to the window. Like she's got it like leveled at the three of you. Or sorry, yeah, the three of you, Amelia and the two players that are still standing. She's keeping it trained and she's just like moving the barrel back and forth between all of you. And she's kind of like making her way towards the window, and she starts kind of fumbling with the catch on the window, like she's trying to open it.
Mary, careful! The dead lights out the window.
I don't care about any fucking light. You're gonna pay for this. You're gonna pay for what you did to Clem.
Let her go.
She's gonna get the window open. Like she kind of manages to keep kind of like glancing slightly over her shoulder, and she manages to kind of swing the window open. It's gonna be her turn. Amelia is gonna she starts holding her head. She's like, I remember. It was him. Clem. His name's... It's Mary's boyfriend, Clem. He barged into our house with a mask on and a shotgun. Billy was there too. Billy, he hit me with that crowbar. He starts like rubbing like the giant bruise on her head. He hit me. Clem shot Grandpa, and Grandpa had the box, and he opened it and the light came pouring out of that box, and she's like trying to like piece all the things that have happened tonight together. That's gonna be her turn. Either Doc or Warren. Whichever one of you two wants to go first. You have the same score.
Doc's basically... The Doc would basically turn... Warren, you're shot. Did you want help?
My medical opinion is you have been shot, sir.
I was sitting down with the fucking drink. Your medical opinion is I'm shot. I love it. Warren's just deadpans, like he's bleeding out, his skin is blanching, and his eyes just sink, and he's like, I fucking hate you. I'm... The light. Jullian.
He's a very successful physician.
We have to stop the light. We can't let it get us. The ash.
Oh, we could draw the symbol on fucking Mary's head.
We would need to get to her, though.
We need to get Mary. We includes the two of yous who ain't shot.
I have a fucking crowbar. That's it.
I am currently technically unarmed.
Could I just use my turn to just hold my gun out? I can't do anything.
I would
take it. Someone take it. Or just like push it across the floor.
Yeah. If you wanted to go for it, you could kind of just like throw it.
I
or,
can't do
kick
anything
it.
else. I don't know if you can get up.
Are you?
You get up from prone, or is it like your whole kind of the penalty for diving for cover is your whole turn? Is next turn is.
I would say, yeah. It's essentially you kind of give up your action by diving for cover. But I would say you could. I'd let you kind of toss your gun and like kick it towards your companions.
Someone take this.
I would probably be closer to him at this point, probably.
Cough blood.
I'm gonna
Because he was
roll
coming
a
up behind
spot
me.
hidden from Mary. It kind of comes skittering out and just kind of like ends up between the dock and what's her face, Lexi? It is the dock's turn.
So, the doc, well, I don't know if I'd do that. Yeah, so
you,
the doc...
you see it kind of like goes skittering past you as you're kind of like looking at Warren and determining how badly he's been shot. You kind of see him kick his gun towards you, and it kind of goes past you a little bit between you and Lexi. And Clem just kind of, or not Clem, Mary just kind of looks. She's like, "Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it." And she's like pointing the gun like at you, Doc, as you're kind of like looking at it and looking at her, and looking at Warren.
Where's she?
She's way down by the window by Clem's body. She's like right.
Okay.
That's not where. Where's Mom? Well, making things. Oh, that's right. You got like double click. Aha.
Ooh,
there
it's
it is.
big and purple.
If I lock, yeah, down there. You're like here, and your friends are like here, and Amelia's like here. Give or take. You're all kind of by the door, except you kind of dove into the side, kind of behind the coffee table a bit. Like, don't shoot me, no.
No, don't shoot me. Well, there's more diving for like.
At least you didn't die like in one shot the shot, like the last time.
Light. Yeah, I could have. Yeah, one shot. I got one tap last time.
So at least that didn't happen again this time. Could have.
His concept of diving into the room was to avoid the light coming towards them.
That's, you know what? Being shot's probably a better way to go than whatever that thing's gonna do to you.
Yup. The doc is gonna be kind of on the confused side a little bit, but he's thinking of a bit of a gambit. I'm a doctor. Can I look at the body? I haven't had a chance to look at the body.
No time. There's no time.
You mean Warren's body?
Clem? Because, like, she's over by the two bodies, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't think that she's kind of standing pretty protective over it, and you don't imagine that you're going to be able to pull off he might still be alive. Let me check. Maybe we can help him. Because there's, like, only like a third of them. There's only like a third of them left.
My thought process is we either have to get her and use her as someone's being sacrificed.
Yep.
Somehow, some way, this ritual has to go off. We need wax to seal around this box.
Well, you would probably know that Lexi has the wax. Or knows where the wax is. I don't know if she took it, but she knows where the wax is.
I don't remember exactly what I said. I do remember I took the book.
I don't think you took it, but so you know it's in the bureau in the doctor's study.
We have to perform this I'm using the wrong voice. We have to perform this ritual. We need her or someone else.
Cough, cough. Blood.
Yeah, I don't really have a good kind of bluff kind of thing.
Can't tell if the rain outside or if it's the rain from fucking Pocket Bart anymore. Like, it kind of sounds like it's coming from outside.
Yeah, it's good.
Watch out! The doctor's moving, and he points, and to see if she turns to look.
Doctor's moving?
Like Dr. Webb?
Dr. Webb on the ground.
That's like in front of her. Like, I mean, she can see that like clearly in her.
Oh, I thought she was a little. Yeah, I didn't know.
She's like
that.
right in the corner. Of the
She's
room.
also been in the same room as it for, how long now?
It's clearly
She's
weird
also-
shit's happening.
Yeah, she's also panicking, so that's why it's like, Okay, he doesn't want to do it, but he's gonna chuck his bag at her and dive for the gun.
Give me a throw roll. It's pretty far across the room, so I'm gonna say you need a
Right.
hard success probably on a throw to.
Well, it's more of a distraction than trying to actually hit her.
Well, yeah, and if you succeed, it'll be a successful
Nope.
distraction. You kind of just throw it, and it kind of just.
Much luck you got.
Not enough for that.
It's like 48 luck. I mean, you can always try and push the rolls, don't forget. Pushing a roll is always a thing you can do.
You have a 10. You need a hard success. You got to get a 10.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Join me on the further insanity track.
No, it wouldn't make him insane. It's just something bad would happen. To him,
Something
possibly.
bad would happen.
Like some sort of shotgun-related tragedy might befall him.
Or some light-related tragedy.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's what he would do. Like, even though he's an incredibly educated individual and everything, he is awfully panicked in a really weird situation. So I still think that would be his last-ditch resort.
So you huck the thing at her, and it doesn't even go halfway across the room, and like the contents of your doctor's bag just kind of go everywhere. And you dive for the gun on the floor, and like as you're like kind of like lying on the ground with the gun in your hand, you hear Mary say, "It's like, if you move an inch, I'll blow your fucking head off."
No, that's more or less his turn, anyways, is it not?
Sure. Lexi, what do you want to do? You, right? Yeah, Lexi.
I'm gonna drop the crowbar and say, I'm not gonna stop you. Just go. With my hands in the air still.
Okay.
I'm not going after her. I don't think it's what I would do as a character, but I also want to try and get her to turn to maybe give us a chance of getting her. Because if she can get out the window, then somebody can maybe do something.
Top of the order, we'll get back to that. And then Mary will go. Mary, having opened the window, like with the gun still pointed in your guys' general direction, she's kind of like puts a leg out and kind of puts like her hips out, and she's kind of just like sloppily kind of scrambling out the window with the shotgun pointed across the room the whole time, like just like until finally like her and the gun kind of just kind of like disappear out into the rain, and you hear some like wet like slapping, like smack 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 heading from the window. Amelia she's seen, she doesn't know about, who was babbling about the light? It was Warren was babbling about the light?
No, it's me.
Yeah. Well,
A little bit you too, but yeah.
So she will just kind of like turn after Mary kind of ducks out the window. She'll like turn to you two and like, a light. Yeah, there was a light. You said it's out. You said it's coming for us. The light.
It was to the north. I saw it through the bathroom window.
And her eyes just kind of go wide. So what do we do? What do we do? How do we stop it? Surely my grandfather must have had some way of dealing with it.
I know of a way, but we need her back.
I don't. And she's very nervously like looks back towards that window. She's just like, and she's kind of like tenses up, and that's all she's gonna do. Warren.
You won't have time. She's gone.
He pricks his thumb so that it bleeds, and he starts doodling a symbol on his forehead.
You do not need to prick your thumb or your finger.
Dip it in your
There's blood
It's
everywhere.
compulsory. You be quiet, sir.
Okay.
You let me
I'm just pointing out.
draw more of my own blood.
There's kind of lots of it all over the
He's
chest
not
area.
used to bleeding, so that wouldn't be the first thought in his mind.
I like
Aside
the
from
idea
ow, ow,
of,
ow,
like,
it hurts.
I need some blood, and he's like kind of missing his finger because of the blood loss, and he's like, pink.
Warren, what are you doing?
No, you gotta get away from the light. You gotta trap it in the box. The
We need
rite
the
has
wax.
to be performed. Where's the wax?
Doctor's so confused.
My goal is to go and get the wax on my turn.
You get the wax. I'll sit here and be ready to chant fucking nonsense to have weird demons attack me in my trailer at night too.
Okay, Doc, what do you want to do? You're kind of lying on the ground next to him with his gun in your hand, his little derringer.
I'm a doctor. I could save you.
Time.
About the hippopotamus oath. Do no harm.
No, that's the one that's for Christmas.
Only in Canada.
He's very confused as what to do with these dead bodies on the ground, crazy woman out the window, Buddy sitting there bleeding out before him, crazy woman to the side, pacifist running down the hallway looking for some candles or some like kinky wax or something. And so he'll kind of like take the gun and get to his feet. Like this dark black thing in the middle of the study that we're in, was that like a desk or something?
Well, you're in the reception. It's probably just like a table, coffee table kind of thing.
Okay. I was just trying to think of something for like a little bit of cover so he could kind of like glance out the window and make sure she's not like poking the gun back in or something.
Go at the front door.
Well, I don't want to go be a target. I want to be somewhat discreet.
Well, she'd
So if
probably
that-
be looking at the
You
kitchen.
definitely did hear her like running away from the building. You heard the telltale like
Yeah.
wet smacks. Of
Yep.
Footfalls in the
But
rain.
again, he's also like scared out of his wits at the moment. So yeah. So like he'll like kind of like move towards the window, like crouch down, and like kind of like old Indian cowboy Indian movie, kind of like cautiously poke the tip of the gun up with his like just his eyes and his nose out the window, just like looking like frantically out the window.
Give me a spot hidden. It's like pitch black out there. It's pretty dark in here. There's just like the dying bit of.
That's definitely not.
Yeah, you can't tell. You can hear her footfalls heading away from the building, but you can't see her. It's too dark.
Okay.
She's just out there running in the pitch black. You can really only see in here because of the embers from the fireplace, kind of giving off a little bit of a glow. And your flashlight's probably just like on the floor somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
Lexi, what are you doing?
I'm going to go and try and get the the wax.
Sure. As you like step back into the hallway, you can just see there's this like bluish light just kind of pouring out from like underneath and above the washroom door. Like it's just kind of like pouring out through the cracks of the door.
I take it like I swallow like, and just book it.
Okay. Yeah, you can get in, grab the wax out of the bureau, and you kind of like make it back out to like the hallway, staring at this light that's just kind of almost seems like it's getting brighter and brighter. It's like almost someone took like a giant ass flashlight or some kind of big floodlight and is just moving it closer and closer to the door. Speaking of things moving closer and closer to the door, you see the door of the washroom begin to just kind of like burn and char away and kind of melt, and this ball of bluish light begins to kind of move in towards you. This just large sphere of sickly blue light. I'm gonna need you to give me a sanity roll
Saw that coming.
as you stare upon the dead light.
Oh no. Oh wait, yes, that's good.
Ooh, that's good.
So you're gonna lose 1 point of sanity. Yes, you're gonna lose 1 point of sanity, and this thing kind of starts like moving down the hallway towards you.
Eyes getting wider.
Yeah, it's just kind of like, and it's kind of like heading towards you, or perhaps towards something else behind you. But it's kind of like right in front of you. What do you want to do, Warren? What are you up to?
So he's doodled a symbol.
You guys can also both in this room see that there's just something's lit up the hallway outside, because there's just blue light just pouring in.
It's gotten awfully bright in there.
Yeah, it's like
Warren's eyes just go fucking
Lexi.
as wide as they can for as much blood as he's lost. He'll look directly at seeing Lexi has run off she said she's going to get the wax. Looking directly at the doctor who's, across the room, looking out the window. She said, "It will take me, and then it will be exhausted, lethargic, satiated with its feed. You must trap it in the box, seal it with the wax." And he begins to read.
doesn't she have the book?
No, well I gave it to him to
You
read.
gave it to me to read. It's been in my possession since.
Okay.
He starts reading.
So if you're skimming the book, give me a sanity roll.
Oh,
No.
I've already been skimming
also
it for quite a while.
You also gain 1 point of Cthulhu mythos.
I'll take the mythos. Yeah, he's been.
Yeah, I thought she
bit.
said that she just told you everything that she had found.
No, I handed the book over to him.
Oh, okay. You handed over
Had success.
this artifact of mythos lore. This juicy
Well, he likes
hotbed,
books.
this juicy hotbed of
Yep.
goodness.
Was that he was looking at it earlier.
What are they exactly called? It's in my notes. Dr. Webb's journal is the real Lovecraftian element. Yeah.
Racism?
Never mind. Yes, right. we stay away from that part of the guide. Anyways. Yeah, so you start kind of reading through it. You do.
Oh yeah,
you do remember that from skimming it, that the chant kind of needs to go on, like while the patient is being consumed. So you imagine you're probably gonna have to get somebody else to keep it going, because when the light gets to you, you don't think you're gonna be able to keep this up. From what you have seen it do so far. From what you saw it do to Billy, you don't think you're going to be able to keep up that chant while it's doing its thing. And at some point, you will be incapable of, just physically incapable of doing it. As you will no longer have the insides to
thumbs
noises.
the page of the book to the incantation, and then she thrusts it towards.
I mean, you could also
Dr.
chant
Jullian.
it too. I mean, it probably doesn't hurt. But you imagine you probably want somebody else that's like operating the box to kind of be getting in on this.
When it's,
Oh, I forgot
you
to.
gotta,
Oh no, I did give her.
you gotta keep it going. You gotta read this. I've submitted it to memory.
Oh, no,
I know it.
I did. Sure.
Almost as if it's in front of me, in front of my eyes.
Amelia will kind of snap out of her stupor and just be like, "What?" And she will see that the light is like there's light pouring in from the hallway, and go even more wide-eyed than she already was. She's like, "What do we do? We gotta stop it. How do we stop it?" Like, that's my grandfather's journal. What does it say? What do we do? She's like kind of
Working on it.
She's like spinning around in place. Like, what do we do? What do we do? How do I help? Do we need blankets? Do we need like water? Holy water?
He's not giving birth.
Coffee. Black.
It's like, so, you know, where's my bowl? She's like, okay, if that'll help. And she makes a run for the kitchen to get you a coffee. And she gets out into the hallway and she fucking sees this thing down the hallway in front of Lexi, and she's gonna make a sanity roll. Jesus Christ. I rolled so low for all of her sanity rolls.
For someone who started off like
Amelia's a champ. Let's see, she's gonna lose another point of sanity, but she's gonna be like, oh god, oh, we're gonna need a lot of coffee. That's gonna needle. It's so big. It's so you Lexi, you just kind of see Amelia behind you stare at this thing for a moment, and then just burst into the kitchen, babbling about coffee or something.
it's probably best she stays in there for right now.
I guess the dock.
What are you reading? This is no time for reading books. What do you mean?
When it comes. Blood. When it comes, you have to read that. And when it's done, it'll be so tired that it wants to go in its box. It points at the box on the floor, like just feebly, with like a hand, like over there. And it has to be sealed with the wax what Lexi's getting.
You see
Okay.
him pointing,
Okay.
You see him pointing to this little casket-looking thing with like metal legs on the bottom of it.
So he's
Sitting
got
over
like
by-
the book in one hand and kind of like just drops the gun and runs over to the box.
Yep.
So he basically stands over the box and has the book open and give you a sanity roll.
No, you'd be fine. Like, you don't
Okay.
really unless you're like really studying deep into the innards of this box.
No, I meant for the book.
No, because you don't really have time to actually properly skim it.
Oh, okay, I'm just kind of looking at this page.
Yeah, it's more
Okay.
like kind of reading through. It's more like learning via the book, like what this thing is and what it's done and the whole
Yeah.
shebang. So it takes us to Lexi. So Lexi, you got some wax, and there's this big old ball of light that's like a couple of feet away from you.
Yeah, I'm gonna run back in the room.
Use
And
a
I
tag of
don't-
opportunity. Yeah, you,
Hey, whoa,
you run away from this thing.
I don't know if I'll be able to, but can I grab the box and basically get it on the table, ready to go?
Sure. Yeah, you see the doc's kind of like standing over it he's got the journal in his hand, and he's like, you can see he's like mouthing some words, like he's like trying to like read something out of it.
I make sure that the box is between me and the door as well.
Yep. You plunk it down, open her up. This thing's going. So the light is going to sweep into the room. This it's like 6-foot ball of blue light, or like what feels like 6 feet. It's kind of really hard to tell what's its form, what it is. Just kind of swoops on into the room, and it just kind of like hovers in and then just falls upon Warren, who is lying there on the ground. And Warren begins to kind of convulse. And is going to make a consume maneuver. So
Please buy me a drink first.
Nom 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 nom.
Okay, so you're going to lose 15 points off your con. Which con do you got, Warren?
My con is 50 to start.
Okay, so you're down to 35 con.
Image. Con. 35.
But also, like, you... so yeah. This combination of it coming into the room, going inside of you, you kind of looking down to see that, like one of your legs is just gone. Like, it's just been turned to ash and melted away. I'd like you to give me a sanity roll, if you don't mind.
Not my legs. How will I stand behind the counter at my store? So
What about your
not.
gumdrop buttons?
Fuck. For a
You're a
hot
little
sec, I thought it
dying
was
if
good.
you didn't go insane of some sort. That'd be weird.
Luckily for you, you're only gonna take 2 points of sanity loss.
That pushes me to 12 for the day on my loss.
And you were at 60, I think, to start?
Yeah.
Is that... How does math work? Is that 1/5?
It is
Fifth
1/5.
is 12, yep. That's exactly a fifth.
Oh,
That's
spaghettios.
exactly a fifth.
Uh-oh.
Not my beans.
Oh, no. This thing's baking your beans. It's baking your beans from inside the can. We gotta go back to the insanity portion of the book. So yeah, you become terminally indefinitely insane. You gain 1 Cthulhu Mythos point. Oh, there's that.
Ooh.
Oh, Jesus. Let me add that to the other one. I haven't added the other one I got previously. So that's...
There you go. You up to 7. It's pretty
2
good.
points of Cthulhu Mythos.
You-
See if I live long enough to find...
You might be
Cthulhu
able. You could make a
Mythos.
roll on what that Amelia's amulet is now. Maybe you have a decent chance again.
Yeah, 7 is a decent chance. Thank you.
For Cthulhu Mythos points, it is a decent chance.
Yeah.
Oh boy. What would be? So many choices. The fact that this thing is in you. You begin to panic. And you can feel that this light is inside you. You look down, your leg is gone. And you just start flailing violently. And you're just like hucking things at your cohorts there. They put this thing inside of you. You just start screaming at them to get it out. To get this thing out from... It did say in the book to make sure to restrain the patient, just in case they flail about.
Flail.
Flail about dangerously. But yeah, you start to flail about dangerously and just panic and just start violently kind of convulsing. And, I'm gonna say that you give me a throw roll as you kind of just grab a hunk of something and hurl it at...
A hunk of something, eh?
A hunk of something. We'll say it at Lexi.
How rude.
A wood.
Big miss.
Yeah, so
59 over
you
20.
kind of throw it, and just it kind of like She manages to kind of sidestep it, and you're just screaming at them to get this thing out of you. And it's like, I'll kill you. Give me my gun. I'm gonna shoot you both. Oh, where? Didn't you say you dropped the gun?
Yeah.
Yeah, your eyes immediately go to the gun. Gun. Gotta get my gun. I'll shoot them. They'll get this out of me. So yeah, you kind of just... The rest of your kind of manic episode is just you start crawling towards your gun, and you kind of just grab it, and you're cradling it like it's your precious.
I'm crawling to my gun with one... no, sorry.
Yeah, just one leg missing. You still
One
got your
leg
arms.
missing?
And being consumed, yes.
And being
Oh yeah,
non-non.
you're racked with pain, but you need them to get this out of you, and it's like if they're not willing to do it, the gun will straighten them out. You saw how successful the gun worked on you.
Right.
It showed you what for. So that'll be your actually. That was its turn. Oh, I'm sorry. Doc, I also need a sanity roll from you for seeing the monster for the first time, too. Here. First time getting a real good look at it.
This is bad news, Bears.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dear.
Because now I'm at a 5th.
Well, you're only going to lose 1. I rolled a 1 on 1d4. Does that still put you at a 5th?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, the doc also goes insane.
Oh God. It's all up to me again.
Welcome to Cthulhu.
Yep.
Yep.
Things. That's when things start to fall apart.
I need a refill.
How does this present itself? He's already shown to be fearful. It makes sense to play upon your fear. I would say the chanting stops. Like all of a sudden, the funny words that he was mouthing and chanting from this book, they just stop. And the doc's eyes begin to dart around the room for an exit. And he sees the door out of here. He sees the window behind him. And he's, I gotta get out of here. I'm not gonna be fucking taken by this light. I've seen what it do to like 3 different people. I'm getting the fuck out of here now. Pats his pocket. Keys are still in there. The car keys still in his pocket. So we'll see what old Warren wants to do.
Is that indefinite insanity?
Yep.
Ooh.
Oh, by the way, you get a Cthulhu Mythos point.
Oh, yeah.
Yo,
How
enjoy
thoughtful.
that.
Oops, didn't mean to click on that
Enjoy
part.
that. You deserve it.
Thank you. Needed to click on
You
manage
should be at
first.
6 total.
Correct.
Did you say it was me?
Yeah, it'll be you. It's technically all that happened on its turn from it just walking in the room, being like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna get in this guy. You want to watch?
Yeah.
So
I'm
it's,
getting deep in this fellow. You guys want to watch? I like
Welcome
it
to
when
prison.
So I'm being consumed.
Yep.
Missing a leg.
Yep.
The doc is running away.
Well, the
We're
doc
looking
is
for
the
a
doc
method
is
of
like
egress.
you can see that he was chanting some funny words before, and like now all of a sudden he's stopped and he's like you can see him like looking towards the exits, towards the window and towards the door out of this room, very clearly.
I
Like
start chanting the words, having committed them to memory.
yeah, but you also got that gun in your hand, and you know
I
it's
do
like
have a gun in my
you
hand.
you just have this violent need to get this thing out of you, them to take it. Because one of them, I mean, if one of them had a spiral on their head instead, and maybe you wiped yours off.
That's because I'm fucking crazy, right?
Oh yeah,
That's
You're not
indefinite
fun.
madness,
this
right?
is definite madness.
Yeah, I forgot to click it. Indefinite insanity. Can I?
One of them could
always
easily
be-
take your place. You just gotta get that spiral on their head. You got anything to get this thing out of you. Anything.
Do I see Jullian or do I see Jullian and Lexi?
You see them both, like, standing basically a couple feet away from you on, like, the other side of the table. It's just Julian's, like, darting, or, like, his head's darting around looking for a way out. He seems to have completely panicked again, like he did over.
But I think,
earlier.
piling on seeing him getting ready to run again, it probably makes me think that he is going back to my shop. He's getting out of here and getting back to my shop. That son of a... And I level my gun at him. And fucking unload the clip.
Okay.
It's Derringer.
There's
It's one shot.
Yeah, you're right. That doesn't have... I'm thinking more of like one of the
I'm thinking of
D6.
Thinking of
D6
any
pistol.
other one. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
the Derringer's like the one shot.
Derringer is the one shot, you're right. So I point and fire.
Yep.
Do I get any sort of penalty?
You get a
for being-
no, I would say you get a bonus die. You've had this thing, like, you kind of had it clutched. It is point blank, and you're only firing the one time, so you get a bonus die on your firearm.
Oh, point blank.
Oh, yeah.
Bonus die.
Oh, right, we got some nice close quarters here.
Firearms. Did that roll with a bonus die? Can you tell?
Did 3 dice pop up on your thing when you...
No, only 2 did.
Okay, then
I
it
tried to...
You kind of have to,
something
you have to, like,
9.
click the plus, and while the plus is highlighted, then you,
Can I spend luck?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I spend...
You can spend as much
You
luck
have any
on the...
left?
You can
Oh,
spend
yeah.
as much luck as you want
I
on
had-
this.
I rolled for my luck, sir, and I did it in through Avray and Discord, and I had 80 luck to start with. Let me see. I rolled a 29.
He doesn't feel very lucky anymore. Let's put it that way.
Nope, he doesn't. I have a 29. So
You-
to bring that down to a fifth of 20, I would need to get 4. So I would need to spend 25 points of luck to make this an extreme success.
Mhm, mhm,
I do so.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
15. I'm gonna bring myself down to 15 luck. I'm fucking
So,
crazy, bro. You trying to get in my shop?
So
You looking squirrely? You get shot.
You get
Blah, blah.
shot at. Let me go back to my firearms page. Oh, look, that guy's got a gun. Wounds.
Now,
It's a
seeing him
D6.
going for the gun and everything, even though I'm going somewhat crazy, would I be like trying to get out of the way?
So, you can,
Attempt to dodge out of the way.
so you could attempt to dive for cover if you want to. You know, knowing that diving for cover will essentially cancel out your next turn.
Uh-huh.
Basically, that is your. You can basically turn. I should have actually asked you this before he rolled for things. You can essentially give him a penalty die by diving for cover, because you did see the shot. Like, you could see him, like, pointed at you and fire. So you had enough
Yeah.
wherewithal to dive for cover. So if you wanted to, you could attempt to dive for cover and attempt to make it. Unfortunately, we already know the result is going to be a 29 instead of a 22. He's just going to spend the rest of the luck anyways.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so you do that
Well,
and
the
lose
result will
out
be
on
the
your next
same.
turn, or you can just not get out of the way and eat it.
Wouldn't it have been a 29 either way?
It would have been a 29 either way, because it would have been a straight roll, assuming they cancel each other out. Because I have a bonus die for point blank. He gives
That's
me
right.
a
Yeah,
penalty
there's a
die
29 either way.
for a
Well-
result of the dive out of the way. So it's still, I think it cancels each other out.
Yeah.
Also, doesn't the 9 carry forward to the second
it
roll?
The
does.
instead of
9
first
carries
for change?
forward. Yeah.
it does.
So,
yeah.
always around it's 29.
Yeah.
So you're getting kind of a bad situation of. Well, you do have the benefit of knowing that diving and throwing away your next turn isn't going to do you any good.
Well, he's only got the one shot,
He does only have the one shot.
so Because I did have that gun in my hand. I did know what kind of gun it was.
So,
Yeah, I think he would probably just try and flee for the window, honestly.
well, the only thing you at the moment, until we resolve the gunshot, your
Yes.
only options are the dive or just get shot.
Yes, no, that's just it. He would, he probably would dive though. Seeing it that close, he'd be like, "Oh shit," and dive.
Okay. I will. If you dive, you will basically your next turn nothing happens. You're just gonna sit there.
And you're getting shot. I think you're getting shot regardless.
You are getting shot regardless.
Yeah, but I still think that's what he would do. He's
Okay.
like freaking out. He's like,
Yep,
ah.
That's my
Yeah.
bad for not giving you the option to roll before we. I keep forgetting the diving for cover. Because usually with melee combat, it's like one person rolls, the other person can be like, do I want to do this?
It's
So
still
my-
the same, like I said, it's still the same result.
Am I trying to beat his 29
it
though?
out.
You don't have to roll. Actually, no, you do have to make a dodge roll. You just have to make a dodge roll successfully.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh,
It's
no.
a fumble.
Oh no, that's even
You just kind of,
somehow
like,
even worse.
Somehow you just throw yourself just like into some furniture or like just awkwardly.
Can we make that a
And-
called shot then? With the fumble result?
Well, you're gonna
Yeah,
get.
shoot him in the fucking face!
So you're getting an extreme. So
I have
with an
an extreme
extreme on a
success.
firearm, you get.
You double max damage or something?
So the roll is maxed.
It's a D6.
Yeah, so you're gonna do 6 plus, I believe you get the. Don't
Is there,
roll
is there a
automatic fire.
lethality rating?
On a Derringer? I thought Derringer's only D4.
No.
D6.
Okay, my Derringer says D4.
You should have checked the packaging, sir. Did you get one from Temu or Wish?
You should. You gotta. Might
Air
want
D6s.
to change. Yeah, you might want to change where you're buying your Derringers from. Yeah, it's in the back of the book. 25. 0.25 Derringer is 1d6. Base range of 3 yards.
Yep, mine says a D6 too if I add it. Oh, I didn't mean to do
This
that.
would be the perfect time for me to ask the AI.
How does this game work?
How does the damage?
Oh, there we go.
Just
Oh, it is
want-
D6. What the fuck was I looking at that? Oh, I was looking at my switchblade. I was thinking
you're
of my
looking at your knife or your
switchblade and my
unarmed.
scalpel.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Like, I don't need automatic fire. I just need the. I know you get the 6, and I think it's just. I think it counts as a pierce. Using weapons in a fight.
Extreme success.
I'm just gonna fucking look it up in the index.
Yep. Extreme success is max damage plus a normal damage roll.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was. So yeah, so
According
roll a
to
d6.
Reddit. And Google, how do you roll on?
You click that little purple dice button in the corner, and it brings up. The
Oh, I
dice
see it.
roller.
I see it. D6.
You can also type the same dice commands roll.
Six.
You do 12
Oh my God.
damage
Oh
to
my
the
God.
dog.
The doctor drops.
Is there a lethality rating?
I think
It's only like 10% or something like that. Cthulhu.
damage. I think taking like if you take all of your like basically the equivalent of your max HP. I know if you take more than your max HP, you just instantly die.
How much HP do you have? Chris?
11.
So I did 12 damage to you.
Yes.
Optional rules for combat. If only regular damage has been taken, the character does not die, or the character has taken a major wound. If an amount of damage greater than the character's maximum hit points is taken in one attack, then death is inevitable.
Right between the eyes.
Well,
Actually, no. That's where I need to. That's where I need to draw the symbols. In the upper cheekbone or your eye.
you shoot him in the eye, and he just drops to the floor. You're like, perfect. Can't run now. Okay. Lexi, what do you want to do?
Well, having read the book and heard the incantation,
I'm sorry. I need you to give me a sanity roll.
oh yeah,
For the death of one of your dear comrades.
that's fine. Oh no, that's bad.
Oh,
That's so
Oh my god!
No.
That's so bad.
You're gonna take 6 points of sanity loss.
And going some sort of insane.
I
Possibly.
Didn't mean to do that again.
Wasn't just taking 5 or 6 points, so like
And
out
5
of
or
madness?
more at once is potential temporary madness. You need to give me an intelligence check.
Yeah.
And you really want to fail this. You really, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. Good.
You're scarred mentally by what you've just seen, but you will hold it together. Sturdy old Lexi, just holding it together at the end here. While
right.
Amelia's in the kitchen making a coffee.
It better be fucking strong.
Well, it's gonna take a bit for the coffee to like.
Hey,
her to
that's
heat
my
it up.
coffee. Fuck off.
Yeah, no. Having read the incantation and heard it, I would like to continue it, hoping to.
Oh yeah, you could go
Finish
pluck the. I doubt you have it memorized, but you can just go pluck the book off of out of the doctor's hand. Just gonna.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna plop it on the table and start doing it, and
Yep.
like basically ready to go with the.
What does it say?
You're not gonna make me
Of
repeat
course
it,
I'm gonna
are you?
make you read it.
Fuck.
Of course I am. What's the point of having funny words in a book if I don't make people read them?
Kevin?
You wouldn't get away from reading that shit with me either.
Oh, I'm so bad at this shit.
Good. I'm reading.
If Alex was here, it
Yeah.
would say "I like a dicka" over and over again. That would
You know what? I
would've been
would
the
much
chant.
rather say that.
That only works on Alex, though.
Ia hej makesh mene sak mishef piasi wenzen nakan watij ni sej naimat nainam fuck.
That's good enough. We're not gonna. we're not judging too closely on pronunciation.
Thank you.
Even though the book does say phonetically, you're gonna be pretty precise on it.
Right? It's a spell.
So yeah, you start chanting that over and over again, almost to just keep yourself sane at this point, as you just watched Warren freak out, grab his gun, and just shoot the doctor, who looked like he was about to just fucking run. Who's just gonna hoof it and just go and leave you all behind.
I had no choice. I was insane.
You had no choice. So what's top of the you're gonna take you're gonna lose 16 more con, Warren.
Oh, Jesus.
As you kind of just look down, and pretty much from like the waist down is now gone. You look a lot like Clem at this point.
I have 19 con right now. This has gone down 31? Yes, 31.
I'm gonna say this is significant enough. Give me a Constitution check.
Okay.
As you kind of like look up at Lexi, like enchanting these words, and you.
Can I spend luck?
I'm gonna say no.
It doesn't make sense.
You
I'm
kind of
crazy.
just pass out from the pain. Hearing the gunshot, Amelia's gonna come running into the room. And she just kind of comes in through the door. So what's going on? Oh my god! And she's real.
You did her dirty there.
There we go. She considered you companions. Sure she would. Saved her. She's getting that full D6 rolled. She only loses 2 though. But she's kind of she just freezes in the doorway. She has a momentary lapse, and just as she kind of comes in, sees what's going on, sees basically it looks like whatever happened between Clem and her grandfather has now just repeated itself. As there's now another person shot dead, another person burnt halfway up. And she just freezes and just locks up. Lexi. I would imagine you continue chanting this with Warren essentially incapacitated, unconscious at this point. It's kind of a moot point. You watch the rest of your companion. You watch the rest of him just dissolve into ashes, and the light just kind of, as the body dissolves away, the light kind of just brims forth from the body, and then it just kind of and goes back and fills up the inside of this box. And as you kind of close the lid on this thing like a trap, as the light just sucks itself in, I need you and Amelia to give me another sanity roll. And Amelia rolled 100.
Oh no.
Amelia rolled 100. She's going to take 6 points of sanity loss. She's going to instantly take the full amount. Amelia, what was your full sanity? 50? 6, 2... And she had 1 before. She's not quite enough to go indefinitely insane. Mental break. 97 is definitely going to be an intelligence fail. Her int is 80. Bad. Her int is 80 so too. She's so 80? She's 80. She's a smart lady.
Fuck, apparently.
So she's going to faint. Amelia passes out and faints. Just collapses in the doorway. Lexi does not. You are going to take 1 point of sanity loss. 1 point for your success. Your friend is burned away. What does that put you to?
35.
And you started with 45?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That's bad.
Oh, no. Lexi, it's too much. After everything you guys have been through, you're supposed to go to Ipswitch. You're supposed to meet with the professor. And then this fucking weirdo girl and her problems. And you end up at this cafe where some old man died. And you end up here. And you watched one of your friends get dissolved into ash. You, right before then, shot the other friend, right in the eyeball, and he hasn't moved. You're pretty sure he's very dead. You kind of just... You just kind of calmly place the box down on the table. And then you just blank stare. Just start fishing through the doctor's pockets until you come across some keys. And Lexi just walks out of the house. And just down the road, all the way back to the car. She just leaves. She sits in the car for a while until the rain begins to slow. And Lexi just waits. Eventually the rain kind of slows down. She starts the car. just unblinking eyes, just drives away. Just leaves.
Hold.
She's gone. So, a few days later, gentleman, probably going town to town on some business, nice looking suit, walks into a small gas station cafe, pops in for like a coffee and a sandwich. It's middle of the day. And yeah, this cute little blonde waitress kind of comes up. He's like, "Hey, all right, what's your order, sir? What do you want?" And he starts kind of looking through the menu. He's like, wait a second, you're that woman from the paper, aren't you? I read all about you. You just went through that harrowing thing. Those murderers came up from Arkham. Some people from the university, right? There's a couple gentlemen and some woman. They came up and they just a whole spree of murders. A couple young men and an old man and his what? He's like, I can't imagine what you've gone through. As a single tear kind of goes down Mary's face. She's like, one of those people was my boyfriend, my Clem, but every day's a struggle, but I'm working through it, sir. Let me get you coffee. Let me get you a nice coffee. And she kind of sniffles and heads back behind the counter to get this man his coffee. And that's where we'll end things.
Gosh.
Well,
What a way to go.
The box didn't get sealed.
the box definitely did
Nope.
not get sealed.
Nope.
But I survived.
Lexi!
Lexi did survive. Crazy
How could
Lexi.
you let us down? Oh, Jesus.
I always think in a Call of Cthulhu one shot that I'm probably gonna go insane.
Yup.
It's probably gonna be a thing that's gonna happen. But it's just, I had, woo.
Oh, my jeez.
Good old Warren Weast.
Well, because I was rolling good so many times, I'm like, oh, every time I rolled good, I'm like, oh, this is gonna end so bad.
Fucking Warren Weast, fucking sniper, trained sniper.
Brah, 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 brah. Right between the eyes.
All that crazy.
Oh, he's just so crazy. That's what made him so laser focused. Of course, I'm gonna spend the luck there. If he's crazy, he's gonna want the best possible result.
I feel
what
really
he's
lucky
trying to
about
do.
this. I feel really lucky
Yeah.
about this shot.
We kind of fumbled over it a bit, but the same result would have happened regardless.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
Oh,
Jeez.
more Cthulhu. We always need more Cthulhu. You know what? If I can't find anything to run, I might start reading Masks of Nyarlathotep.
I hate the title. Like camping. So it's like, oh, I'm never gonna. I know it's like
Masks.
Nyarlathotep. It's supposed to be like really easy to pronounce when you get.
Nyarlathotep.
You look at that and it's like that's just word salad. That word.
We could force Coke to play Call of Cthulhu with
There
us.
you go. Oh,
And it would get Alex playing Call of Cthulhu with us.
Oops, that's just a roll for Lexi.
I'm still reading Descent into Avernus.
Oh, okay. If you right-click on the skills, that's where the check marks
Yeah.
are.
It's also got
Yeah.
the plus and minus there.
Yeah, that's for your
Your
Bonus
bonus.
or-
your bonus dies
Yeah.
and penalty die.
die.
But that's where
Yeah.
your
What's the develop this skill? Like, I don't understand that part. 'Cause
so
you mentioned something about it.
yeah. So if you essentially get a chance to level up, anytime you succeed on a skill, you can check the box beside that skill, and the next time
But
you
it
get
fail.
No, it only works on a success. I'm pretty sure you only get to.
It might be Delta Green, which is very Cthulhu-esque. That's a fail, because it symbolizes you learning in that skill, and you learn by failure.
Yeah, I think you and I talked about
see
that
it
when
being
you're
an
looking at it.
optional rule. I'm
Yeah.
I haven't really.
I think it's just Delta Green.
No. You know, it's probably in the skills section.
It allows you to like level up. So if you say pass or fail, whatever it is, these various skill checks, there's what's called development stages at various points throughout campaigns or long-running games or whatever. Doesn't really work for a one-shot, but what you do in a development phase is anything you have checked off, you gain the chance to get better in that skill. So I think what it is in Delta Green is it encourages you to use your skills that you're not good at, because you know you're going to fail them and get the chance to get better at them through these development phases.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's why that's like probably an optional rule, just because otherwise people are just going to spam skills. They have no chance of doing it. So I'm just going to use. I have one electronics. I'm just going to roll electronics so I can check the box. So I'm pretty sure it's supposed to just be just the successes.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
I'd have to look it up, but yeah, you can basically check off anything that Lexi succeeded on a skill for, and then essentially you basically roll a D100, and if you exceed your total for that skill, you get to add 1 D10 points to it. So the higher your skill is, the harder it is to level it up higher.
That makes sense.
And I think it's
you're already
stuff has like a hard cap
perfection
too,
in
because
it.
once you get into the
the difference
90s,
there.
like anything above a 90 is supposed to be like basically superhuman, practically.
Yeah. So that's where it is. It's the secondary check rolling in that skill that allows you to develop it. Where I think in Delta Green, it just if you fail it, you get to check it off, and in those development phases, you then get to just add a D10 to shit you fail. And of course, it relies on the keeper therein to be like, well, no, I'm not just letting you roll electronics on this book so you can level up, you know.
Yeah, so yeah, basically, the development thing is you roll, and anything that's a bad skill, you're probably rolling over it. And then your better skills are going to be much harder to level up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But yeah, no, that was always my plan after that first one we did, is like, yeah, any one-shots, because I know other groups do that too, where it's anybody that survives and is still
and potentially
functioning. Like Lexi had a mental break, but I mean she could get help. She might be able to get over that and get her some of her sanity back and that with some help. She gets committed to a home or something.
I don't know if it's a thing in Cthulhu, but
and then she could come back for a different thing down the road for like a different, and then basically you just sort of start like a collection of characters who have survived and stuff like that can kind of go into like a little side thing of, you know, if they suit a new one shot, you could bring one of the surviving characters in who have like leveled up a bit.
I'm gonna harp on a different game, but in Delta Green, if you can level up differently in that. Oh, I got a stuck burp. Excuse me. I think I just completely lost my train of thought as well. Oh, that burp
burped it all away.
I burped my brain away. Oh, excuse me. I don't even remember what we were talking about right now. That hurt.
Skill improvement. 94, 98. There's too many pages in this Keeper's book.
Too many pages.
Too many pages.
I'm going to end the stream.
Yeah, I'll probably also end.
We'll see you tomorrow night for Dragonlance.
Dragonlance.
Finally, for the first time in a month.
Oh God,
we will be playing Dragonlance, and I have 2 different scenarios. Again, whether Sean is there or whether Sean is not there. Either way, both functional, both ready to go.
I need to skim one of my old VODs to figure out what we even did, because I need to do my write-up. I don't remember. Spencer
I just needed to remember how the end of the night went and what the conversation was between Sean and his dad.
The end of the night was I made 2 tables get up to fight his dad.
I have that in one of my potential notes as well. There are 2 tables.
And 2 poison daggers off the fucking poison boy. Because I had 2 points left besides the tables. So
I
there's
do
also-
have to go through and get tokens for those still. 'Cause...
Well, I mean, the daggers we can just throw any tiny little thing in to represent those.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about the. I
got
gave
time.
you guys the table one.
I got time. All right, we will be back tomorrow night with Dragonlance. Stay fresh out there, and we'll see you then.
See.
Bye-bye.
Oh,
See ya.
yeah, I have a thing for this. Yeah.
Dream over.